In Event 5, Chris Hunichen made his 10th PGT final table, but came up short of the title, busting in 4th place for $69,000. Now, at the Event 6 final table, Big Huni is back, and this time he's the chip leader. But his competition includes another Event 5 final tableist back for more, Dr. Jack Pan. Who will win the $210,000 first place prize? Find out right now. Welcome one and all to another edition of the 2026 PokerGO Cup. From where else but inside the PokerGO studio, we bring you $10,000 final table of event number 6. Here at Aria Resort and Casino, Ali Najad joined by Brent Hanks and not one, but two of the familiar faces from the Event 5 coverage yesterday, joined by 4 newer faces. Of course, boss among them right now is that man, Chris Hunichen, who still seeks his first PokerGO Cup title. Might today be the day. And for that matter, Jack Pan, number 3 on the PGT leaderboard. He's seeking the overall title honors here with another helping of points going toward that effort. More on that later. But for now, let's get a look at this leaderboard brought to you by Global Poker. Brock Wilson and Nick Seward keeping Chris company up top. Then the drop off to Shorr, Elias, and Jack as it's divided right down the middle between the top 3 and the bottom 3. Overall series standings right now, Kent Stevens continues to hold the most points. Miles Mullally not too far off the pace. And there's a look at the glorious PokerGO Cup trophy that will be awarded after the 10th and final event. Payouts here today, $28,000 already collected by young Brandon Wilson, $38,500 on tap, $14,000, the gap between 6th and 5th with 10 places paid. Here we go again, partner.
Quite a collection we've got here today, Ali. The big brain that is Brock Wilson in the hunt for the PokerGO Cup. You got the big brisket, Darren Elias, and of course, our chip leader, the big unit, Chris Hunichen.
So then I suppose if we're going to give another big moniker to anybody, I would guess it would be Big Shades, Shannon Shorr.
Big Bama.
Oh yeah, he's a big Roll Tide guy.
Yeah.
70.
They win everything. Well, at least they used to. Not so much anymore.
Yeah. A little more parity now with the portal. Meanwhile, Shannon does look, by the way, that he did enter a portal from the future and join us here today when you get a look at there it is on the right.
Oh,
Ace-9 open, flatted, by the way, direct left of the chip leader is Dr. Jack. Ace-8 pipped here. Another big suited ace for Darren Elias. One of those candidates, Brent.
It's got potential to get violent.
Oh, and there's the jam declared. 575, another $500,000 and a tickle. The requirements for Chris to dig in. Now, Dr. Jack having flatted in between makes this move from Elias that much more tempting. Chris is aware of that.
I don't know if Ace-9 is enough of a hand to want to continue.
He's going to think it over, surveying those time banks, the plaques. One redeemed here.
If he can somehow find this call, it would be heroic and remarkable. Just Ace-9 offsuit. This all-in, this bluff from Darren Elias should work every time.
And the gap between that Ace-9 and Ace-10 is so big, in the same way in which Ace-5 is preferred to Ace-6, given you can get both cards working toward a straight. But he concedes, and so does Jack, and that is a very handsome pickup here early for Darren Elias. Those who have watched poker for any real length of time will know that name all too well. He is Mr. WPT.
He sure is. Leads the way as far as titles are concerned. He has 4 WPT titles. He's also the face of the BetMGM poker brand.
No reason to make me wait an hour.
Probably close.
I don't know him to be out there in the sports betting streets. Do you have any intel on
I don't
whether
know
or
if
not
he's
Darren
into
dabbles?
the sports betting. You know, BetMGM covers
Yeah, also
more
my
than
hand's
just
supposed to
sports, of
definitely
course,
fold,
but
I just had a weird feeling.
know,
out
Big
the head
Brisket,
for some reason, or at least
hell of an
something.
athlete during his prime.
Now, for those who don't know, you actually christened him Big Brisket, and the reason behind it is pretty
bet
on the
he's not
nose,
off.
right?
Oh, the man of many meats, Ali, and I'm not talking about anything beyond the smoker, the sear, the cast iron. This guy can make a ribeye out of this world.
You've had it.
Well, I've seen videos. He's never
So-
cooked for me.
Hold on now. You can't give that kind of review on optics alone.
I will tell you this. The two of us, our first ever trip to the great state of Texas and city of Houston.
Okay.
Big Brisket and I wandered off in an Uber together, a couple of peas in a pod, and we went to the #1 barbecue spot recommended down there in Houston, Texas, together, and we devoured.
Right, but he didn't cook the meat.
No,
Right.
we just experienced the meat
Right.
together.
Well, experiencing an open-ender and a backdoor spade draw is Shannon Shorr after defending his big blind against another open from the chip leader, who's got the gutter and what was just one pair of nines, now trip nines here on this turn after it went check, check.
Door, well, now closed as Shore does knuckle. I thought maybe he would consider leading into this texture. Wise decision.
100.
100K out of Chris.
That's possible that roll tide. Shannon Shor's not done with it, but that looks like the folding face. It is.
Well, there's a lot of money left to jockey for right about now, Brent. We talked about the $14,000 gap between 6th and 5th, but then when you consider the number of other short stacks keeping Shannon company down there in that kind of 20-odd big blind range.
They say tight is right in these spots. For me, tight is boring, but hey, it makes money and everyone loves money.
Well, listen, they're not here to entertain us. They're here to make the money, which of course they've done. Top 10 places have been paid, but now it's about making more of it. 4th place, $70,000. Third, $94,500. Second, $136,500. And up top, once more, over $200,000 to the eventual winner, $210,000 to be exact.
Don't you just want carnage out there, Ali? Blood in the poker streets.
know,
It's so much weirder.
I'll be honest,
more weird,
I
like-
don't. Because my heart bleeds. I'm a poker player, as are you. Carnage, blood, as you describe it, generally infers cold decory, and I'm not into that.
I love it.
I am into the Jack 10 of clubs,
yeah.
as is Shannon. You see the caginess right now. Choosing to limp it. Nick Seward with the check back. Happy to see free this ace-6 tray board. Lone spade draw belongs to Seward in position. Really ugly texture for Shannon.
Well, it's all Seward from what we can see. Has position, has the only spade. In this 25-year-old wizard, Nicholas Seward has been on an absolute tear over the last year or two.
3.9 million.
Won his first bracelet back in 2024. That was the 3K6 max, more than $500,000.
Went to Ohio State University, a Buckeye. Got his bachelor's in finance.
And he actually graduated from Ohio State. No
Yeah.
poker players ever graduate.
Yeah, don't
This
hold it
kid
against
did.
him. You know, it really is kind of an unnecessary step, if we're being honest. But good on him. Hobbies include snowboarding and chess. Chess, one of those kind of hobbies that inform you with regard to the mind you're working with here as you get a look at his bio board, brought to you by GPI and the Hendon Mob, hailing from DC.
And I know we touched on it, of course, did graduate, but he was oh so close to dropping out of college, out of Ohio State due to poker. But friends, family encouraged him to finish the degree. He did just that. And a day later after graduating, he moved straight to Las Vegas to get started with his professional poker career.
Didn't waste any time, did he? Began his journey back at the age of 14, playing small stakes cash games for fun with his high school buddies. Dr. Jack looking for a little fun with these black hooks. 65 to skate. Seward has an issue with this King Jack.
10 seconds.
Well, he's deciding. Can I just fold? And he says, yeah, doesn't even consider call.
Ooh.
And what a lovely decision it was for Seward as Brock the Brain wakes up.
Yeah, King Jack in a world of hurt in this spot. Wilson mulling over how to get the rest of Jack's chips in here.
All in.
All in.
And he decides pre-flop is the path. Jack will verify it is indeed Jack's. And we're going to have our first all-in and call of the afternoon.
4.
On their backs, fellas.
Wow, we've all seen this flip play out before.
You guys folded fat. Oh, you didn't. You might have an ace.
Fairly classic collision in any no-limit hold'em final table when you get these larger pairs and the ace-kings intertwined at this depth. This is generally the view. And the Jacks hold. No, they can't. One of the 2 remaining kings in the deck paying a visit to this board. Spade coverage for Wilson, making things that much uglier. And of course, the absence of one of those 2 outs for Dr. Jack really leaves him in dire straits. Is the Jack of Diamonds lurking? It is not.
Game Jack. Your brother.
And the doctor is no longer in.
GG's, Dr. Jack. I will say, Ali, that flannel that he's rocking,
Yes, sir.
I'm envious.
Your game,
Love
brother.
a flannel.
I'm sure when Jack goes back to kind of watch this and
Yesterday,
absorbs
Jack
that
busted with ace king. Today he loses to ace king.
compliment, I suppose you
That's
could,
right.
you
He
could
was at
call
final
it there,
yesterday
that
too,
that'll
right?
really bring
Yeah,
him
he
much
got an ace king
comfort
to sevens and lost.
amidst
Now
his
Jack's ace
departure.
king.
You know how many flannels I
Is it
own?
your sevens?
No, it was
How many
landed.
non-flannels you
talking
own
about
is a
ace
shorter
king
conversation.
237.
Yeah, well, you're
Every
from
color
Buffalo.
covered.
For now.
What else are you going to shovel
Chip
snow
there,
in?
folks.
You were rooting for me.
Well, pay ladder
hoping the big
secured
slick came
for the
through.
field, courtesy of Brock Wilson.
Well, chip leader secured for the big brain that is Brock Wilson as well.
200K north of Hunichen.
See if I can outlast my old pal Darren now.
Everyone guaranteed 52.5. The next ladder, $17,500 if you can slide into the top 4. And on the topic of 4s, here is Seward with a couple of them on the puck. Hard 8 takes us to 70,000. Pretty one for Wilson in the small.
I don't think that folds necessarily ever an option here, given the stack depth. He's in between just call Jack 10 suited or find a 3-bet. And boy, another time to wake up for the big blind. Look at big Huni. Ace Queen.
10 seconds.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I am thinking what you're thinking, Ali. Let's head north.
350.
Yeah.
350.
3.5. The declaration. The 4s melt away with no hesitation. I suspect the Jack 10 is soon to follow.
10 seconds.
Yeah. Nice activation there.
Huni said, I'm only going to let Brock hold that chip lead for one hand.
I mean, I had a premium hand right there.
Verified.
Ace 5 off.
That's not a premium hand.
Premium for you.
I had a premium hand.
A premium ranking
Not many hands that want
back
to
in
go all in for
2015.
Did you say something about sports betting earlier?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, this man loves it. Any sport, by the way.
Anybody that does bet sports also
Not a man at this table that went to
hates
raise
it.
right there.
at times.
Listen, I was watching the Paralympic curling this morning. Huni had wagers on it.
Could be wrong though.
Hang on a second, just real quick. Did you say Paralympic curling?
Believe so.
This is, you know what? I'm going to leave this one alone, right? You know, I know myself well enough to know I'm going to leave this one alone.
You don't want
Not-
to take that one any further?
Not going to leave this alone is
Oh,
Wilson,
my.
though. Needles ready to lethally inject this 65K open from Seward, whose ace-queen is not going to be performing nearly as well as Huni's did with that 3-bet and take spot moments ago.
Heavens.
Once again, the third floor paid a visit to here, this time from the puck and in position. Ace-jack suited for Elias now.
Time extension.
Oh, man, look at this dynamic. Ace-jack suited is so much of a hand.
It's right there, Brent.
This could just be out the door for Big Brisket. I don't know if we can find the bin. It would be remarkable. Yeah, adios.
It's a potential self-searing here for Elias as he sizzles 700,000 out there and is rated to be grilled. I think I'm all out of barbecue metaphors.
Shannon's ears perked up.
Well, stick a fork in them.
Okay. You know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Club draw there. Broadway possibilities. Jack's working. King of clubs.
Yeah,
Like always, what, a 10 of clubs?
potential.
Pretty much always.
Yeah. At least a 10. Double gutter.
I think 9 of clubs.
He
Jack.
finds a ray of
Always
hope here in
something.
the form of a jack.
I'm kind of a little sweat.
Not unlike the doctor moments before him, he too needs a hook on the end. Not to be, however.
Game, Darren.
And Darren Elias,
I would
one of
check
the
back for deception.
tougher opponents you'll ever find at a final table, cleared of this
Deception or
10K
about to go,
event
which one
6.
was the real answer.
Not before being issued $52,500, but just like that, we're down to 4 on the same sort of pace we were on yesterday in event number 5. Shannon Shorr now, the lonesome shorty, 27 bigs, more than enough off of which to operate for him. 70 entries in this one, by the way. Hadn't mentioned it to this point. One more than in event number 5, which was also a 10K.
Brock Wilson, he won event
put a
number
little more
4
chips in there, too.
here at the PokerGO Cup.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would have wagered.
It
a
would
bit
mean
more.
so much to him, his career, and he's on record. He was talking to our crew before
Probably
this
queen,
broadcast
too.
began.
Queen-
It would
queen
mean
deuce.
everything to him to bring home a major title, something that is very much on his bucket list and poker. And he believes if he wins this event, it's over. The cup is his. It is secure. He's playing for everything, Ali.
So some subtext there to his presence. Footnote on Elias's departure, by the way, he will not be picking up his 5th PGT title. But that will be 43 PGT caches, I believe, perhaps 42 if it's inclusive, the number that I'm looking at here for Elias. One-time lifeguard drowned by the ace-jack suited. Meanwhile, Wilson, queen 9, going to work.
How many more hands have we got? 2 more.
No takers.
Three
Wilson.
more.
Now with 3.5
Yeah.
million plus in front of him. And while he and the pros are battling here in Vegas, you can battle online. The PokerGO Cup is happening right now on Global Poker through March 15th. Win a turbo and qualify for the Tournament of Champions. You don't want to miss it. Play the PokerGO Cup online at globalpoker.com and bring the cup home. The Cyber Cup. Not like the actual
Are
cup.
they calling it the Cyber Cup?
Is-
I like
no,
that.
but I feel like it's apropos. Digital Cup,
Yeah.
maybe Souvenir Cup.
It's not one of those NFT things, right? It's a real cup you can win.
Oh, you know, I sure hope for the sake of anyone winning it, it isn't, because that NFT deal didn't go so well.
Yeah. You don't own
Who
those,
could have seen that coming?
those little plump penguins? You're not an owner?
The apes and,
Yeah.
you know,
Right.
NBA, whatever. I own an NBA highlight. Do you?
Hey, Clyde,
Do you, though?
can you see if someone give me an Aqua Panda?
I like the
See
digital
if someone give me
sports
an Aqua
cards.
Panda? You got it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
That to
I know
me
the
is
Blaze-
different.
The
Yeah.
Blaze is in there in those streets, yeah. But that's because it's also backed up kind of by the real card.
Yeah, of course.
They'll send it to you if
You got the
want, so.
Paninis in there, the Fanatics, the Tops. Yeah.
Uh-oh. Are you in those streets now? Brian?
Well, I know a little bit about it.
Okay, but
I
you're not-
dabble here and there. Ollie.
Seward dabbling with Queen Deuce offsuit, by the way. Big little offsuit combos very much have fallen into favor for candidates to try to end the affair blind versus blind in position pre-flop. Unfortunately, the King 6 of Hearts durable enough to call. However, neither player thrilled to look up at 8-7 tray, all black.
Notice the bowling pins on the side of Seward's hat.
Yeah, was that hat not delivered yesterday to the Event 5 final table?
There's a
For
slew
Big
of them
Huni?
out there.
Okay.
A number of these guys have become avid bowlers. I'm not making this up. They're out there on the lanes. In fact, just a couple of weeks ago, Ryan Reese, the former main event champion at the World Series of Poker, he bowled a perfect 300.
Stop.
Yes. These guys are good.
That's
Jesse,
a mythical creature for
Jesse-
a recreational bowler.
I'm telling you, Ryan Reese, Jesse Lonis, Eric Baldwin, our brethren of the
Shulman.
booth, Nick Schulman, they are avid bowlers. They love it. Jeremy Becker's involved.
I heard
Dan Scipio.
I heard old Schulman's out there handicapping.
Hold on, we aren't. Can we cut that from the air?
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a real world that exists. These guys are loving the lanes.
I don't think Nikki's
Building a
going to
little
see a
castle over
Fed
there.
raid at the house on
I don't
account of
usually do that,
handicap
I
in
think
the
you're right.
bowling. So you
Feels
can
obnoxious,
relax.
so.
Yeah, safe. By the way, big unit here, Chris Hunichen. He has a bowling alley in his home. I'm not. He's
Is
got
that
a
where they're
full
doing it?
lane. No, well, I think maybe once in a while.
Is there
Shop's
like
open.
home lane advantage maybe?
It could be.
I know you're not raising,
Yeah.
so I don't need to take that much time.
They're hitting all the lanes. You know, Red
Try it,
Rock.
see what happens.
They've got a beautiful bowling alley.
South Point, right?
South Point, yeah, they're out there. Well, on point are two kings for Brock the Brain Wilson. Not sure he can pick up a bowling ball, but he knows how to play these kings.
You know, they have the 8-pound, you know, generally in a fluorescent color available for those who maybe aren't as, you know, gifted in the bicep.
I didn't even have to
department.
look.
I will say, too, I'm not buying it, you know, with the
Oh,
the
he
lenses.
can pick up a bowling
I
ball.
know, where I'm going
I was
is
just
I
like,
I just trust you, dude.
I think this
I'm an honest
fella
guy.
has got a little Spider-Man thing going on.
What's that?
He just looks like, you know, oh, Brock the Brain, I'm a poker
Good button
player,
fold, Jerry.
finance, Fordham University.
Good button fold.
At night, he's out there saving the city.
Jack 6-0.
Never see it coming.
Not gonna be a qualifier.
Not the time
Little
or the
Clark
place for that
Kent
one.
going on.
You know,
My range is unbounded.
I think I'm betting
That
I
was
don't
uncalled for.
I know.
on that.
Not the whole world knows.
And not anything actually to do with Brock. Just
Always
in general,
the unassuming ones that
the
are
notion that you have a superhero
you know,
saving the city.
the Avengers.
What do you think?
If he was going to save the
I have
city,
no
he could
idea
start
what to
behind
do.
the stratosphere. There's some people that need saving out there, or at least general dentistry.
10 seconds.
Do I have folds?
Out of pair.
Wow. It's good timing then.
7-3 off doesn't make the cut for Brock. Well, here he is, the man with 2 bowling alleys in his house and 5 career 7-figure years. How about it? 100K high roller champ. A couple years back at the series, 7-time online Triple Crown winner and 17 million plus in career tournament earnings. Big reason why he's wearing that big smile. Fun guy to play poker with, unless of course he's got his sights set on your stack. But generally affable, well-liked in the community is Chris, and for that matter, all these guys. Seward, the newcomer, of course, but I would imagine Roland, with the veterans of the PGT.
Yeah, he blends
helping.
in, but he's just a kid. He's 25, you know. You got to earn your stripes. Big Huni's up there. He's over the hill, 41 years young.
You know, if he ever hits some kind of brutal downswing, you could probably build your roll up being a blood boy. You know, that's a thing now. Just head up to Silicon Valley and get one of these tech dudes to pay you for plasma.
I was thinking you were going to consider the power slap sport.
No, that's a good way for CTE to pay you an early visit. You know, I prefer not to eat all my meals.
Is there a difference between a CPA
$4.95
and a CTE?
$4.95.
Yeah, Brent, there is. There's
So they
apparently
both just made money.
difference between this ace-5 of spades and the queen-jack of spades here. Shorr activating, knows that sights are squarely set on him to make the next move, and he's chosen this one with which to do it.
This is painful. Queen Jack suited. It's such a pretty hand. You want to play it so badly,
Yeah.
and to have to throw it into the bin, it hurts.
Wouldn't hurt as much as doubling Shannon up, though, and Chris knows it, so away it goes.
These glasses really are hitting me.
There you go.
Thank you.
Burberry, I believe, is the brand. No free ads, of
Unlikely to have been part of the camping kit when he summited Kilimanjaro. I suspect that, you know, Burberry doesn't really fit the mold for such things.
Shorr does go to a number of music festivals as well, or at least he did maybe in the pre-kid
Now,
era.
that obviously is where we could potentially find these lenses
Oh, he might
more
need
at
to
home.
consider a new prescription. He reads this hand incorrectly. Ace-4 suited could be trouble for Shannon Shorr.
The solvers love it, man. It's bait.
All in.
Yeah, he does declare all in, and we kind of saw it coming. The ace-10 offsuit will shrivel with more ease than Shorr will jam. So we're going to give it a brief think here, but I don't.
No, we are not considering the ace-10. I can't imagine.
Well, listen, if he thinks that Big Huni is just throwing his weight around on the button with a big stack, and he doesn't need to be concerned about a call behind him, that could potentially be some calculus, but he'll be thrilled that he bowed out of the way and didn't do anything silly.
Jose's been known to
occasion.
spread diamonds historically.
Diamonds were hot yesterday.
So
My
Shannon
stats
Shorr
on him have him at like 2x the average deal.
all in and at risk as
Come on,
his
ace king of
tide
clubs.
could turn crimson in a
Been
hurry.
ace-7 off one time. Oh boy, there's one. Oh my god.
Oh
Nut
my
flush
God.
draw.
God.
And suddenly he's got 12 outs and 45% equity after being dominated pre-flop. Sketchy
It'll be
spot.
825 total, Huni.
Shannon giving him the count early, and the optimism is for good
Wow.
reason. He finds the double. Jack of diamonds, no
Another
less, that
diamond
gave
just in case you didn't have
Huni
enough.
Broadway.
Jose, the dealer, certainly knows how to spread those diamonds. Shannon Shorr called his shot.
825.
These
Game
are
on.
crazy stacks.
It is.
This could be like record length.
It's pretty nuts.
You guys all have the same stack.
825.
8 to 8.
Not sure if you caught that comment from Brock Wilson, but yeah, all these stacks oh so similar.
Noteworthy.
I'm glad I keep those nerdy stats.
Shortest 43 bigs. Shannon Shorr and Big Unit both have right around 1.7 million. Seward at 1.8 million, and Brock Wilson, the chip leader. Yeah, this might be a long night, Ali. Settle in.
Plenty of bigs swirling around the table right now.
A lot of
walk
hands.
for Wilson, who had 2 10s.
Time extension.
It's nice when they hold.
Always a little annoying.
Yeah. I wouldn't know what that's like.
Wilson, 12.5 million in career tournament earnings. His girlfriend Cherish plays poker as well, right?
She sure does, yeah. Very tough players. In fact, I saw her out in the field today in event number 7. You guys can check on the live reporting. Head on over to our partners, being Poker News. Bring you up to date.
When's our next
What's
break?
happening in event number 7, currently running
After
inside the
next one?
PokerGo
Don't
studio.
know. I would guess after this.
Okay. After level 18. It's after all. I don't even, it doesn't even say what level it is.
Lead pot between Wilson and Huni. Top pair for Brock. Got shot for Chris.
Yes, check. Sorry.
Oh, we'll check in front of him. Bait taken here. 40K from Hunichen. Wilson not acting with any haste.
Call 40.
Brings forward the call. I like that, by the way, being measured to an extent so as to remain balanced with respect to your hand ranges, regardless of if you flop the nuts or
You talking about
peeling.
the speed
Yeah.
as to which he
I like
made
measured
that call?
pace, yeah.
Check.
Trip jacks now after the check back on the turn. From what is nothing more than the 8 high it always was.
Check.
10 seconds.
That's 200.
Well, decent effort for big unit. I don't know if really Brock is considering raise in this spot.
I mean, you got to give him credit, though, for coaxing this 200 off of Chris instead of feeling as though he's got to make the bet happen himself.
He just won the max.
You win.
Yeah.
You had the hand I was trying to represent.
Well, the rich getting richer as Brock hauls in that one from the one-time chip leader. And this was everybody walking into the studio earlier today. Dr. Jack and Darren Elias already been dispatched. Shannon Shorr faded dispatch with that ace-4 of diamonds against ace-king moments ago. And the chip leader has fallen as Seward and Wilson bring it home.
Very uplifting music there with that package, wasn't it? It's quite nice, Ollie.
Raise to 90.
Yeah, I confess I'm not currently in my Shazam app trying to secure the artist.
I just feel better now after hearing it.
Well, you know what? That's lovely, Brent, and I'm very happy.
290.
Raise to
That's,
290.
that's great. I feel pretty much the same. Big Uni, not feeling as good as he did at the onset of the day. His stack having dwindled to under 1.5 million, but he is going to take aim at Wilson's button open here. Third scoop application, an extra 200K frosted onto the ace-9 off.
Fold.
Time extension.
And that'll get the job done. Nice activation there from Chris, as he's still got plenty of fight in him.
I think that fold, I guess I'm not surprised as far as Wilson's decision to just throw ace-9 into the muck, but I kind of think maybe we mix in the old 4-bet from time to time. We leverage the chip lead.
10 seconds.
You put your opponent in an all-in or just out scenario. Obviously, it's so easy for us to discuss this. We see these whole cards.
I was.
But I think Wilson considered it.
Because I almost used one there. I didn't.
Well, yeah, you have way less than
Nines now,
that's
for
okay.
sure. Fresh off the double.
Shannon's got a book.
In the small, let's see how he
Yeah,
chooses
if I
to
had a lot of
approach
them,
Seward.
I would have used one there and considered if you were fucking around, but
Raise to 140.
Going to do his own bidding here. 10-5 suited for Nick.
Calls 140.
Slips the extra 100 in there. Wants to see this flop in position. 320 in the middle. King 8 deuce. Just one spade. And for that matter, one overcard to these nines.
That is 80.
80 brought forward as a follow through.
And does this sizing now entice Seward to want to continue? This is very small. These down bets have become quite a part of today's game. And look at this. Yeah, Seward isn't quite done with the hand being laid that price.
Second 8 and second heart rolling off on the turn after the peel. Not what Seward had in mind, of course.
It's also not what Shorr had in mind. You're concerned about the king, but now you are also a bit concerned about the 8.
Hence the check.
And does Seward want to try and tell some sort of story that he does have an 8? We've got no pair, no draw.
10 seconds.
That is 240.
240K out of Seward here. Exactly half pot.
Yeah, Shorr knows that this can absolutely be an air ball, a bluff, right? That was what was designed by that down bet sizing,
10 seconds.
starting with 80K on the flop, and that's why he is not throwing these nines away.
Could also be a semi-bluff, of course, with some sort of hard draw. Second king now shows up on the river. And Shannon's going to be in bluff catch mode here.
He sure is. We know what Shannon's going to do, I think. Of course, checking seems reasonable, and most likely there it is. But now does Seward decide to pull the trigger? Does he try to rep what could very well be an 8 or a king? Can we target hands like nines? Even ace-high type holdings? 2 jacks. Will those hands ever fold?
He knows he's got virtually 0 showdown value, and when that's the case, we tend to see the effort.
That being said, I suppose we might have showdown value against 2 7s, 2 6s. There is the knuckle.
2 9s.
Yeah.
So then,
I think Nick will be pleased with his choice in the end. Maybe all in. Makes a
All in
believer out of
there,
Shannon.
Nick.
They were similar
Keep the
stacked up
fold.
just
Good.
north of 1 SBR, but we'll never know. What we do know is if you want to level up your tournament game before the summer grind, then Octopi Poker is where you need to head. Their 12-week MTT study program is available now. Access the GTO trainer, the sim library, the vault daily challenges, and weekly coaching with Matt Hunt, all for just $90. Don't wait. Head to octopipoker.ai/pricing to sign up and get to work.
10 seconds.
No course needed for Seward.
10 seconds.
He knows what to do with King Jack in the small blind, and of course, a lot of that is don't run into King Queen, which is precisely what he's unfortunately done here against Wilson. And you can kind of level yourself a bit when you play pots against a chip leader, Brent, because you always question whether or not they're just throwing weight around or whether or not they've got a real hand. And here he is with top two out flopping Brock.
Wow. This will be, what, by the looks of it, a bit of a disaster for Wilson, but it could have been significantly worse had he chosen to raise pre-flop with King Queen.
That's
Listen, you know, Wilson's got that very relevant queen of diamonds dangling. 40K bet in front of him, 1/3 pot.
calls 40.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Queen of Hearts on the turn as Wilson wrestles the lead away from Seward.
It's so under-repped. Is Wilson. Can flip the script on what I said a moment ago. It's very difficult now to just give Wilson a hand like King Queen.
10 seconds.
As played, blind versus blind, this was a checked pot pre.
Yeah, and then you kind of remove the ace-10s. You remove sets. Obviously, you block kings and jacks. You're kind of thinking Wilson's out here peeling with the 6 a bit. Maybe there's some diamonds.
And all that being said, you know, Wilson wondering, well, this seems like value. What is he barreling with once more? Obviously, we're ahead of King Jack, King 6. But are we also concerned about a hand like 9-10, even ace-10 that you pointed out? I think Seward is limping all of those holdings out of the small blind.
Now the front door flush arrives as well as you see the cautious procedures once more out of Wilson. Check called with trip jacks against Big Huni. When he was out of position blind versus blind not that long ago. Different story here.
That jack of diamonds that Seward possesses can really get him in trouble. You're able to eliminate Jack X of diamonds being possessed by Brock Wilson.
120.
So you know it wasn't the pair in the flush draw that he was calling with. Look at the sizing. It's awfully small from Seward. Is Wilson concerned? Is he thinking, maybe I can raise and get called by worse?
Well, the Queen of Diamonds holds importance not just insofar as it gives him kings and queens, but also blocks the second nut flush from being produced.
King of Hearts, also, by the way, a key card. You know that Seward can't have King X of Hearts to barrel flop and turn. You block that. I think he is considering value. Can we put in a raise here?
I think he can. I think that the suited ace X of diamonds makes noise pre-flop more often than not. Brent.
10 seconds.
And maybe the straights are supposed to be a little bit more in line once the front door flush arrives. So up we go to 500,000.
Yeah.
Awkward here.
It is
for
awkward.
Seward now.
It's very awkward. I think this key card, though, the Jack of Diamonds, can help him. Might be too much of a hand, though. I don't know if we can fold. There's the call.
And that is a nasty vista for Seward.
That's a really nasty cooler, as played. It truly is.
And it's one that sends Brock Wilson up to $4.5 million. And what feels like just a few orbits removed from him coming in second in chips with 2.2. There it is officially on the Global Poker leaderboard. One-time chip leader Chris Hunichen now in third, and Seward needs a lifeline here. 525,000 in the aftermath of that exchange. Good for just about 13 bigs. Boy, that has been A stack with a gravitational pull around it.
10 seconds.
Raise to 80.
And that's critical separation for Wilson. He now has a hair more than 50% of the chips in play.
10 seconds.
Calls 80.
Red nines. Flatting the small here in the face of Shorr's aggression. Queen Jack will be happy to close the action, and we've got a rare three-way affair. Seward sitting this one out, hoping for someone's demise.
Wow.
Middle set
Wow.
versus an open ender. Those the hands of note here. Gut shot, wrong end of it for sure. And of course the ace of spades working. Let's see how this plays out.
Again, Brock Wilson just, I would dare say under rep, just flatting 2 nines out of the small blind
10 seconds.
as being the chip leader. And this line, look at this. He's leading with a set.
It's the texture, right? There's so many different combos that can stay invested, and he wants to make sure nothing free comes off on the turn.
It's a lovely price for big unit.
10 seconds.
Okay, call.
80.
Sure, that ace of spades is a lovely card to have. He's wondering, well, even if I call and hit the offsuit 8, can I just be dead? And the answer is yes, as we can see that Big Uni has Queen Jack.
I like that fold. It really does feel like at least one of these two guys is going to have a jack, and we're not really going to be able to get much value with our hand. Now here on the turn, down to heads up, top pair acquired for Uni.
A top pair, but also a big problem.
Facts.
Just can't fold, right? I don't know what Wilson is going to bet. Maybe he gets cute and knuckles. Now there it is. This is a problem for Big Uni. Really can't do anything but just call. At least I don't think. You got diamonds and spades working. You're facing 2 streets of aggression. Brock Wilson led the flop and bets again here on the turn.
275.
See if he can get lucky and make a straight. Nobody home. Set of 9s, winner. And how much now does Wilson want to charge? Let that big brain go to work, Mr. Wilson. He wants to target exactly this.
Time extension.
Queen Jack.
$990 up for grabs, playing just north of 1 SPR effective. With Chris sitting on 1.1. Really delightful river card that changes nothing at all.
Time extension.
Multiple time banks being used. You got to be careful. You're not going to get them replenished at any point.
He's really selling it. I mean, table talk earlier about how few time banks he had compared to others.
10 seconds.
So much misses here, by the way.
Yeah.
A blank 8, spades, diamonds, the
Double
latter
check.
of which Chris unblocks. He does ask for the count here.
725.
725.
so hard for Big Huni to put him on a hand. Thinking, buddy, did you really lead with a set?
10 seconds.
Bet flop, turn, and now river? It feels like value.
Does Queen of Spades, Jack of Clubs make it harder or easier for Chris to make this call?
Honestly, it should make it a little bit more difficult for him to make the call. You've got the Queen of Spades in your hand, and it looks like your hand is on your forehead as played. Question becomes, is Brock Wilson really that sick to play a hand so conservative? And is he that sick to actually run a bluff in this spot? And if it is a bluff, what are his bluffs, Ali? And I have a hard time finding them. Would he really barrel off with the nut flush draw?
That's the question swirling around the mind of that man right there, who came in as the chip leader. 2.5 million in front of him, and now risks losing 725K of his remaining 1.6. Looking for a live read.
I don't own any extra, right?
Yeah, this is really tough. We beat backdoor missed diamonds.
10 seconds.
You know, we unblock those type of holdings when we do have this queen jack combo. That's all you're hoping that you can beat if you call. Other than that,
I just like that's really bad for this.
You heard him say, I have a card that's really bad for this.
It is,
And by this, he means the hero call.
10 seconds.
Perplexed. It looks like he really wants to fold this hand.
he hates folding. That's the concern, you know, when you've got top pair. You're also blocking the nuts when you've got queen jack, but, you know, let's see if logic just prevails. That's a good laydown for Big Huni.
Classy.
I think he's going to rewatch this and think, yeah, all right, the guy just kind of played it straightforward. He doesn't have any bluffs there.
I wouldn't say none.
Not none, but not often. Put it that way, as far as frequency is concerned.
Credit given where credit was due, and chips given as well as Wilson breaches the 5 million chip threshold, and it has been a god candle for his chip graph. 70K already locked up, 24-5 being jockeyed for between the remainder of the field. All eyes on Nick Seward.
You'll get to see. So
I think I made the right decision. Yeah, I just don't know.
10 seconds. Time extension.
Call.
Time extension.
Ten, 6 of hearts, limping in and flopping a pair and a flush draw after the ace deuce check back. An interesting texture here for sure.
Check.
Who Chris is hoping is going to stab at this one in position.
Yeah, stranglehold. What a flop.
Knuckle back though. Board pairing 7 is pleasant for the ace high. For that matter, not particularly complicated for Huni, who checks again.
Check.
Uneventful developments once more. 5 not improving either player.
40.
40.
40K, 1/3 pot here. Huni trying to chisel. You could see ace high. Maybe thinking it's worth it here, getting 4 to 1.
Yeah. Might be the perfect amount. Just one big blind.
Call for it.
That it is. Milk you very much, Mr. Shorr. Never feels good to be on the receiving end of those.
Yeah, could have been worse.
Sure.
Just one big. Sometimes you got to pay him the money, Ellie.
Yep.
I do that a lot.
Everyone's been doing it a lot for Brock Wilson.
That's serious, Chris.
This time chips flowing in a less familiar direction.
What a spot for Wilson. Said it before, and I'll say it again. He believes if he wins this event, he will bring home the PokerGO Cup.
I mean, he makes a good case.
Yes, he won event number 4. He will add 210 more points to that leaderboard total.
With only 3 events remaining.
He thinks it's over.
Well, I use a lot of time banks.
I am.
Usually I don't ever.
Mathematically,
used
he will be a
one before.
massive favorite
That's a
for
big spot, though.
the overall and outright title.
Oh,
Just don't know. Could definitely blow some hands there. Yeah, it probably doesn't look as strong as it is either.
Top pair here for Wilson. Seward
They gave you a good board.
10 seconds.
flings his hand over.
I did it, but I don't even know if I'm supposed to defend on that.
Tell me and I'll tell you what I think.
8-8-7. I think
I think it's fine.
I think I can.
Should have checked it back. Maybe you take a stab.
I almost open mucked and then I realized, like, you know, maybe you do something weird.
You know? Shannon's come in with a wide open.
What's that?
You're coming in with a wide open. Nope.
10 seconds.
Suited jack now in the small for Seward.
On.
Plays all in.
Decides to jam, and Wilson wakes up with one.
Call.
Evans.
Call.
Ace 10 of clubs.
Wow, doesn't even need to look.
Didn't even look at the second card.
That was brutal. That was a brutal sweat.
Yeah.
Lack thereof.
Sorry, Nick. You deserve this one.
I'm not sure about that. I'll take it, bro.
What's that?
I did have 10-5 off, Nick, so if you can
Of course.
flop a jack on him, you got him in bad shape.
I don't know who's rooting harder for me, them or me.
I just don't want to be dead.
That's
One
fair.
heart
5 of hearts.
On the board.
I don't even.
Wow, you're not
It's
even
fine.
that greedy.
No.
Okay.
27% is a good bit of
I
life.
don't want the turn to be an OCD. It's fine.
Pulse grows fainter on the turn, and jacks and deuces are the only escape hatches available for Seward. And it's not to
Good
be.
game, bro.
You game this.
So the ace 10 holds, but Nick Seward does not.
Seward's folly. 4th place, 70,000 for the
Rockalicious,
young
huh?
gun.
But
Yeah.
He'll be back, Ollie. You know, I don't feel that bad. He'll be all right.
I'm not worried about him. 70
Okay.
grand in the back pocket,
Yeah.
plus another helping of respect from his peers here as he
And then we go
makes
on
a
break.
healthy showing. 24-5 picked up in pay ladder by the rest of the field. And
Okay.
nobody happier
You
about
need
that
it
than
when you need a break.
I would
Chris
prefer
Hunichen,
like
who's
2 minutes.
the short stack.
2 minutes.
Not right now.
Next ladder will be $42,000. And there it is officially. The leaderboard on the back end of Nick Seward's elimination. 5.6 million now in front of Brock. I mean, who's going to stop this man?
I don't know, but that's 65% of the chips. So he is cruising at the moment to victory. But we've seen it time and time again.
We're doing
It is
unscheduled
just
breaks now without everyone
never
agreeing?
easy.
You don't want me to like, I just have to pee really quickly.
I'll let you pee.
Thank you for that.
90.
But no, I don't. I want you to have to pee and not be able to think straight. So you can't bluff me on the river again for 750,000 chips.
You
You'll
know,
get to see, buddy.
good to think straight, but also pee straight.
Yeah, which, by the way, appears to be a
After the
challenge.
combo yesterday, that would be
Anytime I
rude,
visit
though.
a local urinal,
380.
there's
380?
there's some people that have some issues with aim.
Swing and a miss.
I don't know that there was even a swing involved, just a stone miss. Meanwhile, Wilson potential misstep here as he 3-bets it to 380,000 with ace-4 offsuit. Let's see if sevens are going to make the cut for Shannon Shorr.
That is a sizable 3-bet. From 90K to 380 for Wilson. What does Shore want to do with these sevens? Is it just all of it? Or can we play call? Very uncomfortable. And I believe that's exactly what Wilson has designed. And
Players all in.
forces this all in from Shore.
Wow, that was music to
Happen
my
to have
ears.
enough hand there.
Is that it?
Yes.
Those have been difficult tokens to acquire on the day. But Shannon Shorr doing
I'm gonna
just
pee
that.
quickly too.
And welcome back for continuing coverage of this event number 6 final table. Part of the 2026 PokerGO Cup.
50-50.
Field has been paired in half.
Well, much doing because of this fella, Brock Wilson, the brain, dismantling this final table thus far.
I'm going to go with the buzzsaw. Ooh.
10 seconds.
Brock Buzzsaw Wilson.
150.
Meanwhile, Chris Hunichen, like a boss, if you will, making it 150. Once again, it's an ace-4 for sure. Different circumstances. He's just going to flat. Finds a single diamond on a jack-high board as Huni finds middle pair.
$85.
85.
Follow through is 85. And that is small enough to keep this ace-4 of diamonds intact. Another 170 into the middle. See if any backdoor equity is acquired. It is not, at least not for sure. Huni does find a gutter.
Check. Check.
Could be a troubling 4 for sure. Not sure if big Huni is going to go for value with this 8. Let's see. No.
8.
No harm, no foul.
That'll do it.
Civil.
Shor's check back brings us to showdown, but does not bring his chips back home.
Okay. So you want me to check? Now they want you to scan this middle.
Sounds good.
So you don't need to move the chips.
Yeah, it's not. Well, I'm gonna slide him over just because. All right.
I think they're saying the brain has too many chips.
I don't think he shares that opinion.
It's starting to weigh down the table right there in the center.
I think we have the proper
Raise.
engineering to support that stack. I think we're going to be all right. You know,
I have concerns.
don't, Brent. I think we're going to be fine. Shore suited queen. Bind here, 10-7 off for Wilson. See if he has defense on his mind here at the 25-50 level.
Okay.
That he does. Jack 9-5 board gutter in both camps. Advantage Huni.
Check.
Two quick knuckles, bringing us to a turn, which is a 10 of hearts, giving Uni the queen eye straight, giving Brock a pair. Note the redraw to the flush with that 8 of hearts.
Check. $110.
$110K being mulled over here by Brock.
Okay.
Does make the call. And that 4 of diamonds is dry.
Yeah, is there any way to release on this river? This is going to be a really tough one for Wilson. How much, Mr. Huni?
10 seconds. 375.
375 is your answer.
This is tough. Into the tank we go. Remember, it does not have very many of these time extensions. You see that little nub of a stack to the right of your screen underneath the pop bar. I believe 2, maybe 3 remain.
10 seconds.
He's 10 seconds away from losing 1.
Time extension.
And he is going to have to use 1.
You know, Wilson rates to find himself heads up at some point in this match, and those things are going to be precious when you're playing for the biggest pay differential and this title in not just event number 6, but perhaps the overall PokerGO Cup here in 2026.
Yeah, you're right. He's working on possibly having to use another one. Is this the right spot? There's the payoff.
Is that a call or a raise?
It did feel to me a little bit, Brent, like Brock would have enjoyed having some more time to mull that over. It was kind of a hasty vibe.
I'll tell you what, though. Fortunately for you and I, the crew in the back and the viewers at home, didn't have any more time, Ali. You know, let's move it along.
Yeah.
Yeah. Couple left, though. Pressure, no doubt, being applied.
Thank you.
Well, that's going to go a long ways to narrowing the gap between Chris and Brock, who still, of course, has the overwhelming chip lead. But now Chris finds himself neck and neck with Shannon Shorr as he wants to maintain contact with Shorr for second in chips. If you slip down into kind of Shortyville all by your lonesome, you could see the middle stack really check out of getting involved until your fate comes into focus. Try to snatch that current $42,000 pay differential without so much as playing a hand potentially.
Did you mutter the phrase, slip down to Shortyville?
I believe I did.
I know you've done that many times in your life.
You know, I'm not going to comment. I was simply referring to someone's chip stack evaporating.
When's the last time you slipped down to Shortyville, Ali?
You know, I don't know, Brent. You know, I just wanted to come to work
I know you're
today.
a frequent flyer up in the sky, but I believe Shortyville has been visited many times.
Well, listen, it's time for you guys to pay a visit to Play Poker Go, where you can grind ring games and run deep in tournaments all for free. No deposits, no bots, no gimmicks, just pure, authentic online poker with special free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. Play now at playpokergo.com. Available on web, iOS, and Android.
Little shorty on screen there too. Play Poker Go.
You know, you got
Yeah.
a weird thing with that anime deal.
It's my favorite
You know.
graphic.
Yeah? You want to take her to Shortyville?
Play Poker Go. Any device, anytime, no bots, no gimmicks. Let's do the ad again, shall we? Right
No.
here in the middle of the
No,
show.
we shalln't.
It's gonna make
I
the
did it.
air.
You know,
This is how we really add another layer of depth as we see
Check.
a little collision on our hands.
flush draw versus top pair here. This was 100 to skate out of Wilson pre. Shor's defense yields fruit.
75.
Of course, that fruit is not complete as he's on the hunt for a spade and facing follow through of 75K.
Always love watching these guys navigate. Yeah, gonna mix in, I believe, the check raise with the
275.
8 high flush draw. You see realms in which you just play call, but also need to apply the check raise depending on the sort of flush draw that you possess, the different dynamics at play. And Shore just knows I can get a lot of folds on this type of texture.
Four.
And whenever you are called, you start to now easily put together the range. Okay, well, maybe I'm up against top pair. We have outs.
That's not one of them.
It's not, although you start to wonder if you're Mr. Wilson, it was the 3X of spades a part of that check raising kit.
I mean, that story is available for telling here for sure.
And if he does barrel, then his plan is to barrel it off. Empty the clip. Does he want to pull the trigger on the turn? Oh boy.
205.
205K. This is a rather downsized turn barrel, and it cuts a couple of ways, right, Brent? Obviously, the price is nice for Wilson to continue, but at the same time, you begin to ask yourself, well, why is it that he's sized down as much as he has? Am I in trouble here with
He's
Queen Nine?
just telling a perfect story. If I had the 3 of spades in my hand, accompanied by that flush draw, I would want my opponents in. And look at this defensive play by Wilson. Saying, you know what, buddy, let me see if you really have that.
I didn't see this in the crystal ball at all, and it speaks very much to Brock Wilson's aptitude here, recognizing that he can take a cheap shot here on the turn.
This is filthy. Expect the unexpected from these great minds. Tremendous skill set on display.
Time extended.
I mean, Shore's thinking some dirty, devious thoughts. Says, I have all of the 3X. I don't think you can have that, Brock.
But he also knows that it's not lost on Brock that that reality exists, and yet here he is still making the play.
Oh, and he hits it.
4 of spades, bingo, bango. After that 345 was called.
He hits it. You know, Shannon, unless he leads, I don't think is going to get another chip. If he checks, I don't see I don't see Brock Wilson betting this queen unless he's trying to suggest he's got a house. I would love to see Shannon Shorr just find the lead on the river. He's thinking about it.
Check.
Does not. And I think Wilson's going to be pretty happy to just check back and hope. He'll be pleased to see that he was right when he made the decision on the turn, of course, but then the displeasure comes as he has shown
How many do I owe?
the best hand.
I know we lost the pot for Brock Wilson, but I think he lost the minimum.
Yeah, he kind of, if he just flats the turn and then faces something else on the river, it's going to be more than the 345K he spent to pump it up.
I'm
You're
gonna
right.
stick to playing these suited cards today, I'll tell you that much. It's great.
Well, Shannon can exhale as he has
I've
hung
also
the
got
biggest.
Stella's historical spade stats, so
He's got the biggest L
pretty sure one was coming off.
hung on Brock on the day. On his resume now.
That's a pretty big pot.
Six deuce and 9-7 scoring off all club board here. Shorr's flopped a flush as the deck runs rich in his corner. Wilson with a gutter and the 7 of clubs. Unlikely to lose interest. Was limped pre. Check, check, post, and the ace of clubs on the turn. Now giving Wilson the best hand.
Check.
With 2 checks in front of him. Let's see how much pride Wilson is going to place in his holding. Into 150 comes 1/3 pot.
I don't think we can fold if we're Shannon Shorr. Got 1 club, let alone 2. Just hoping to call and get the showdown and be good. I'm curious if Brock Wilson tries to eke out. The board does pair, but does he ever try to eke out anything else with just the 7 of clubs? Can we target worse? These guys are so good at finding all the thinnest of values, and it looks like, well, at least I thought he was about to knuckle, but he's back to thinking about betting.
175.
Wow,
175.
he does go for it.
And by the way, it's fairly meaty into 2.5.
Frustrating for sure now. Like, oh man, come on, flopped a flush, and now I don't think I'm any good.
Really pay it off and give Wilson a rebate. Yes, he will. Boy, what a missed opportunity there for Shorr.
But what
to
a
have maybe picked up a few chips. Put a red 8 on the turn.
yeah, but what a tremendous value bet on the river with just that 7 of clubs. I mean, that was picture perfect by this big brain.
That's the kind of stuff that we've come to expect from the man who doesn't just play the game, he coaches as well. Over at PokerCoaching.com, Jonathan Little's outfit, is that right?
Yeah, believe so. I think he's still the owner.
12.5 million in career tournament earnings at just 31 years of age. He's an academic all-star on the Dean's List. The degree in mathematics and finance. That's a pretty lethal 1-2 punch in terms of field of study.
I mean,
to bring over to poker.
Dean's List, mathematics, this kid could be working anywhere in the world that he likes.
Well,
he chose the felt.
He's working the wrong side of the street here with a couple of 8s against 2 queens. Spoonful of medicine on tap here.
Time extension.
400.
400.
3-bet to 400. We've seen a lot of caution out of Brock. I don't anticipate that he's going to suddenly decide to get frisky with these snowmen. Call.
Call.
Yeah, you nailed that one. 40 big blinds is effectively what the big unit started with. It seems like too many chips to just get in the middle.
Brock agrees, hence the flat. And one pesky overcard, which happens to be the one that gives big unit top set. That which he's staring at. Quick check along with the flow of play.
I'd love to see a small bet out of big unit. I don't think that Brock Wilson can get away from these 2 8s. And look at this, great sizing, 225. These 8s are a little too strong to want to give up on right here, right now. I think this bet must get paid and see what develops on the turn. Yeah, here we go. 1.3 million now in the middle, and this guy's got top set.
And he's got the 8s drawn dead now as no flush draw was acquired.
This is not a friendly card for Brock Wilson. You still feel like maybe these 8s are good. How does Huni want to continue to go to work with top set of queens?
400.
400.
There's your answer. 400 into 1.3. Boy, this is
critical for Wilson. He's got to be able to find the fold here. It's so hard to do. Look at the price. Find the instincts, find that intuition. Ignore the math, ignore the theory. Can he find it? He can't. Oh.
Well, that's not to say that he's going to pay it off on the end here. Let's see how the board continues to develop. Backdoor diamonds, 4 to a straight out there.
It's 4 to a straight. The flush comes home. I mean, if you're Big Huni, you're a little bit worried. Did Brock get there? Did he backdoor me somehow?
Well, he's not going to put any pressure on you as you see the check in spite of holding a diamond.
Start to wonder, though, if we bet, what are we targeting? What can ever call us? You know, with 8s, 9s, 10s, still come along for the ride? I don't know. Probably not.
Maybe if we size down enough. But even then, you just kind of remove all the bluffs from someone's range on the end.
He's going to go for it.
Yeah, SPR, sub 0.5.
You certainly can't fault him, and Wilson is obviously considering call. We beat the ace, king, ace, jack type holdings, hands that decided to barrel it off. In the event that Huni had a hand like ace 10 with the ace of diamonds. This is outstanding. by the big unit, and that's what makes this such a brutal and agonizing decision for Wilson. Ali, he's only got 1, maybe 2 time extensions left as well.
Yes, you can sit down. Yes, you can.
Oh, man. Whew.
He didn't make a meal of it.
Oh, wow.
I'm sure the camera sees that one, Huni.
Well, all of a sudden, what felt like a one-horse race and just a breakaway road to victory for Brock Wilson has given way to a totally different and shifted landscape where he and Big Unit are neck and neck, separated by 25K, let's call it. Brock's saying it's a three-way tie, just given Shorr isn't far behind.
Yeah, it's anything can happen. The trials and tribulations of tournament poker. Brock Wilson barely hanging on to that chip lead, but it is wide open.
Well, disappointed perhaps, just given what felt like such a golden opportunity but a few hands ago, but far from in a situation where he's going to see himself unravel is Brock Wilson. So much poise, so much experience. Same could be said, by the way, for the opposition, as don't expect any of these three to put a foot wrong at any point. The deck does feel like it's going to have quite a bit to do with the outcome here this afternoon.
These are very big hands, three-way, but they are all so deep effectively that Shannon Shorr can just remain a little under rep for ace-10 suited.
So dominated, he flats and doesn't find a club or a pair on the flop. Wilson has the ace of hearts working. 2 overcards to this jack-high board.
Can't help but hear and notice a little bit of little volume out there in event number 7. Something happening in the field. Perhaps there's some reporting over at Poker News. Lively atmosphere. It is nice to hear the commotion, isn't it, Ali? You know, tournaments, all these players, majority of these guys are in fact dead inside.
That's unfair. As life breathed into this pot on the flop, 150K ahead, taking us to this turn where all of a sudden Shorr finds a gut shot. Turn goes check, check, and the 10 rolls right off to hit Shorr's side card. Ace, of course, we know wouldn't have been any good. 4-liner on board, any 8Xs there. King Queen has arrived as well.
$120.
120.
Looking to set the price here is Shorr for 120, as opposed to potentially face a larger barrel out of Shorr were he to check.
I don't know what we're beating if we're Wilson with ace-queen. It is a nice price, but what are you hoping to see that you're ahead of? He may be contemplating a raise. No. excuse me, Ollie, I believe that is a raise.
550.
You know, you called it.
Wow.
And 550, it isn't so much necessarily the 8X that's face up, but perhaps some of that king-queen that I think would have taken a swing with 2 overs and a gutter on the flop and then ensured the opportunity to see a river by checking back in position, and now has made the nuts and spoken up. That's what the credible story being told is.
Yeah, and I think the sizing from Shorr, let's say you had an 8.
Well,
Would he have chosen 120K? Probably not. I would expect that price to be a little bit more. Great recognition by Wilson. Huge pickup, a little bit of momentum for the brain.
Well, here are the many faces of that brain. Brock Wilson being put through his paces here today. Keep that chapstick handy, kiddo. We're in the desert.
Animated fella, isn't
Yeah. I will say, though, that he's not necessarily
he? Pucker up.
given, what's that now?
Little
Brett?
smooch there, I thought. Maybe he was sent into the cameras, no?
I don't think that's what he was doing. Is that when you get home after a day's work, Brent? Do you walk in the door and tell your wife pucker up?
Little
Is that-
smoochies.
You're a little bit madman, aren't you?
Well, I have to sleep on the couch.
10 seconds.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
Call.
Short. Limping in, dominated here by Wilson, who's got the better of the 2-6 X's.
10 seconds. $175.
You know, I'm going to take this from the Spruce Moose here in our lovely PokerGo chat, but I see it. Brock, the Brain Wilson, has a McLovin vibe,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Sure. If he produced a false Hawaiian identification card, I would not be surprised. He's, of course, of age. We believe,
Right.
you know.
Confirmed now. I'm just getting reports from
Yes, sir.
compliance, yes.
There's a... Yeah, McLovin's a good pull. By the way, those scratching their temples right now because they're not long enough in the tooth to know what McLovin is, actually close the stream, go watch Superbad, and then provided the stream is still going on when you're done, we will allow you to resume it.
Are you suggesting that there are folks that have never seen Superbad?
Yes, I am.
Oh, shit.
What's wrong with those people?
You'll have to ask them.
them.
Once more, interference as 8-5 and 5-4 square off. The inferior 5 turns into 4s on a king-high rainbow board. Don't look at me that way, Brent. I don't believe that noise was
It's just water we're hearing,
someone filling a receptacle.
50.
Yeah, all right. Giant bottle of Pana over there, so we're safe. Wasn't the urinal cam?
Well, we got ourselves a fairly level playing field right now. Brock Wilson still chip leading, but doesn't have quite the margin that he did, as Chris Hunichen is in second. Shorr in third. We're going to step aside briefly and be back with more of event number 6 after this.
It is a new time. It is a new chapter. We are here live in the brand new PokerGo campus. No gamble, no future. Hanks, myself, and the face of FS1, Nick Wright, are going to bring to all of you the best poker show, combining poker, combining sports, and sports cards.
let's get to work.
What the hell is combining all 3 industries to create the best poker show on planet Earth? Thank you.
Thank you. He did just that. And a day later after graduating, he moved straight to Las Vegas to get started with his professional poker career.
Didn't waste any time, did he? Began his journey back at the age of 14, playing small stakes cash games for fun with his high school buddies. Dr. Jack looking for a little fun with these black hooks. 65 to skate. Seward has an issue with this King Jack.
10 seconds.
Well, he's deciding. Can I just fold? And he says, yeah, doesn't even consider call. And what a lovely decision it was for Seward as Brock the Brain wakes up.
Yeah, King Jack in a world of hurt in this spot. Wilson mulling over how to get the rest of Jack's chips in here.
All in.
All in.
And he decides pre-flop is the path. Jack will verify it is indeed Jack's. And we're going to have our first all-in and call of the afternoon.
4.
On their backs, fellas.
We've all seen this flip play out before.
You guys folded fat. Oh, you didn't. You might have an ace.
Fairly classic collision in any no-limit hold'em final table when you get these larger pairs and the ace-kings intertwined at this depth. This is generally the view. Can the Jacks hold? No, they can't. One of the two remaining kings in the deck paying a visit to this board. Spade coverage for Wilson, making things that much uglier. And of course, the absence of one of those two outs for Dr. Jack really leaves him in dire straits. Is the Jack of Diamonds lurking? It is not.
Game Jack. Hey, buddy.
At times.
Listen, I was watching the Paralympic curling this morning. Huni had wagers on it.
Could be wrong, though.
Hang on a second, just real quick. Did you say Paralympic curling?
Believe so.
This is, you know what? I'm going to leave this one alone, right? You know, I know myself well enough to know I'm going to leave this one alone.
You don't want to take that one any further?
Not going to leave this alone. Is Wilson, though, needles ready to lethally inject this 65K open from Seward, whose ace-queen is not going to be performing nearly as well as Huni's did with that 3-bet and take spot moments ago.
Heavens.
Once again, the third floor paid a visit to here, this time from the puck and in position. Ace-Jack suited for Elias now.
Time extension.
Oh, man, look at this dynamic. Ace-Jack suited is so much of a hand.
It's right there, Brent.
This could just be out the door for Big Brisket. I don't know if we can find the bin. It would be remarkable. Yeah, adios.
It's a potential self-searing here for Elias as he sizzles 700,000 out there and is rated to be grilled. I think I'm all out of barbecue metaphors.
Shannon's ears perked up.
Well, stick a fork in them.
Okay. You know what? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Club draw there. Broadway possibilities. Jack's working. King of clubs.
Yeah.
Like always, what, a 10 of clubs?
Potential.
Pretty much always.
Yeah. At least a 10. Double gutter.
I think 9 of clubs.
He finds a ray of hope here in the form of a jack.
I'm kind of a little sweat.
Not unlike the doctor moments before him, he too needs a hook on the end. Not to be, however. The battle continues inside the PokerGO studio for the PokerGO Cup. Today's installment, event number 6, the $10,000 final table, began with 6 and now sits with just 3. There they are, 2 here in the booth. Ali Najad alongside Brent Hanks. Glad to have you with us. As what looked to be the Brock Wilson show has actually turned into some more regularly scheduled programming. $94,500 locked up, $42,000 the gap between third and second, and of course, $210K, and more importantly for Brock, a healthy haul of points toward that cup, which you just laid eyes on, as he did win event number 4.
He had ace-8 off.
He had ace-8.
Looking to win
He
event
off,
number
yeah.
6. But
Ace-8
has
off.
his work cut out for him with Shorr and
didn't
Hunichen as
die
level
from that.
19 is upon us. 30, 60, and 60. 150K per 3-handed orbit shaved right off your stack. Brock going to sit this one out. Jack 4 off. Huni's going to limp it. And again, interference between the blinds here. The inferior 4 belonging to Shannon.
10 seconds.
Check.
Checks back. Does not find any help. Can't say the same for Chris, who's got himself middle pair in the relevant club.
Check.
Both players checking. Second deuce and spade hitting the turn.
Check.
Still no bet out of Chris.
I like it. By not betting, he's opened up this door. Let Shorr start bluffing. We're never folding a jack, and I think this is the only way that Hunichen was actually going to make money.
Call, Woody.
180K check call there as Shorr took a swing. Front door flush
Check.
coming in.
Does Shorr want to take another swing?
I was going to say, is it a one and done or not? Unclear here.
I mean, you have nothing. No showdown value. Stone bluff.
One would think that the deuce X belongs to him here and is free for repping.
Even if he has ace X, we bet for value, and you're trying to target
10 seconds.
what Big Uni has, a jack. Now, will it work? Unclear.
540.
But he
Not
will
going to
bet
stop
high.
him from trying.
Ooh. You love it. You love it.
Boy, that is a good bit of heat as he's turned this jack 4 into a stone bluff catcher. We fall to a wheel, which of course we block. We fall to the clubs. We fall to the deuce or the ace, and it's just too much to bear. Best hand in the bin.
Absolutely savage from Shorr. Roll Tide. Gets that bluff through.
Well, it's not going to be the first nor the last time we see Shannon Shorr earning himself a pot. Just look at the earn at the bottom of your screen. Nearly $17 million across the course of his career, which has yielded 7 figures across each of the past 5 years. You know, I'm not looking to put a damper on it, but the thing is, if you put in a lot of volume, 7 figures in earnings across every one of those years is not necessarily even profit. One would presume that it is, but if you get yourself into a few high rollers, you know, it adds up so fast.
You suggesting that Shorr might be buried like
no,
10 million?
No, I'm definitely not suggesting
I don't, you know,
that. I don't
Shorr-
think he puts in the 100Ks and
Yeah,
stuff like that.
that's what I was going to. He's not really firing the biggest events out there.
Oh, he is firing a 3-bet to 420K with this queen jack offsuit, by the way. And note that it does dominate the queen 9 and put the 8s in a bit of a pickle. If we cold call, we risk big unit coming over the top of us. So he just bows out. Now it's back over to Chris. 300 more with queen 9 off.
I'm really surprised there. Couple of 8s in this sort of scenario. I know we're trying to cling to that chip lead, but man. Wow. I'm guessing with game theory, ICM trees, you name it, it's probably just a pure fold given the dynamics that we're seeing. I don't know, but I assure you that the brain, Mr. Brock Wilson, he does know. And
Well,
that eights must be a fold.
You ever 4-betting it?
I guess if you 4-bet, you're just going with it, right?
I mean,
You're not folding
we're
to
too
a
deep
5-bet.
for all of
Maybe
that,
you
man.
just jam it. I don't know.
I like the fold
10
there.
seconds.
You know that every now and again your hand is going to be best. You accept this. It's not lost on us. But
Yeah.
the spot is just not favorable.
Just don't have it in me. I think I'd rather just, Then again, no gamble, no future is sort of my mantra and show. And so I'm just always all in.
Yeah.
Can't help it.
Briefly, No Gamble, No Future was my show, as I recall. So I was given a two-episode arc. And then toward the end of that last episode, as we see the arc bending toward Hunichen
Not a bad
in a
flop.
major way here, sevens full of queens, I was showered live on air in favor of Nick Wright, who I love, by the way.
Yeah.
But the
Right.
showering I didn't love,
Yeah.
you know.
Historic, really. Never been done
Yeah.
before.
No, most CEOs would call you into the office, maybe send you to human resource or something. I was just at work on air, and then it was curtains.
We'll give you a hoodie.
It was a tease. You know, I wouldn't give me that hoodie, by the way. I'm not sure you're gonna like what I do with it.
I got a feeling you're going to be all right. Maybe some
Yeah.
news on the horizon for Mr. Najat.
Yeah, I think I'll be all right. I don't think this ace high is doing all right. The sevens full improves to queens full, and the board texture is so brilliant for Big Huni to get value.
Uh-oh.
Jack on the end, and now it's not just ace high that Shorr plays, but queens and jacks with an ace. No backdoor diamonds have slid in here.
Shor's got a really annoying bluff. Now, we don't have to catch a bluff until now. If Huni leads,
Yeah.
now we've got to try and catch a bluff. Are there any? Got to fade the 7, got to fade the queen, got to fade the backdoor diamonds, which you just pointed out. I love this out of Big Huni, leading the 400. He took the betting lead on the turn, bets again on the river. Problem for sure is we beat what might be designed as forcing out a chop, right? Like if Huni has ace high, and that's what we beat. That jack is problematic.
Remember, Shorr was the razor to 135K from the button. It was defense out of Big Huni. Flop goes check, check. He activates on the turn, and here on the river makes a believer out of Shorr. That's a top-class laydown.
Really, really good by Shannon Shorr. Just a tremendous laydown. That jack was problematic, and it didn't deter him.
I wonder if it's not a diamond, if it's the same level of ease with which he folds.
Great point. I don't know.
I mean, it's not often we find ourselves value betting and hold'em with flushes on double paired boards, but playing three-handed poker, having a fight for every chip, certainly within us.
Just really great. I mean,
Expect no less.
I know that's kind of where, yeah. I'm not surprised. These
Right.
guys all just play such great poker, time in, time again.
10 seconds.
You know, it takes quite a bit of discipline across a full 2 days of play where you bag, come back for the FT, to just maintain those discipline levels
10
and
seconds.
make those difficult decisions. It's tempting at times to just say, all right, fine, show me. You know, and all it takes is one or two of those decisions to put you in a very different situation as the 10 deuce offsuit this time raises and takes it.
As far as decision making goes, as we take a look at the PGT resume for Shannon thus far in 2026, but the decision making every day inside the studio for guys like Shannon, guys like Brock Wilson, Big Huni, you name it, they just don't make many mistakes. At the end of the night, they most likely go home, analyze their play, think about their thought process, and they're probably okay with a high percentage of decisions being made despite the results.
This decision straightforward from the button for Big Uni. Shannon's decision, by the way, I hadn't clocked it despite having laid ears on it on multiple occasions. To indulge in whatever he did for a pregame meal appears to be haunting him throughout the course of the set. Did you clock the esophageal release?
Oh, we got some.
He brought
some gas happening?
No. I didn't say, you know, the upstairs door, Brent. It was a belch, but it was kind of a mature, contained adult belch.
You don't think it's just the water that he's guzzling? You know, a little burpsy?
Water, I don't think really does it, does it?
Well, I mean, I drink something. A lot of times I gotta. Then again, I don't drink water.
No.
So maybe your point holds.
Right.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Huh, I don't know.
Anyway. No, I was so pleased with
Nobody's
that.
ripping ass out there. It's just
Or
burping.
Yeah, it's just burps, Brent.
Yeah.
Sorry to disappoint you.
All right, we'll have to
Meanwhile, hang on.
cut
Not
this
ripping,
one.
but 3-betting here with Queen 5 offsuit is Big Uni. Is suddenly gloves appear to have been removed, in particular between these two. You saw that 10-deuce offsuit raise out of the big, wagging a finger in the face of Big Unit's limp.
Time extension.
We call that the big little. Queen X, King X. Get feisty with the 3-bets.
Well, it has
Almost
everything to
always
do,
out of the big blind.
It's like you're interfering with top and bottom there, and then
Yeah.
you're just kind of narrowing people into the middling stuff that can't take the heat, right?
My assumption is you and I will be redoing that one in post if it makes the TV episodes.
Yeah, and we have you to thank for that.
That's my fault.
Mostly.
You know, I will be accountable. I'll lead from the front, as a man that's now dead to me used to say in this booth.
10 seconds.
He's not dead to you.
No, love him. Love the little man. Where is Jeff Platt? What's he doing today? Probably making some amazing YouTube video that's or in social media video.
I suppose that's better than making some OnlyFans video.
Yeah. Well.
Maybe less fruitful, but
Yeah.
no shenanigans pre-flop here. Just a straightforward limp check back. Pair of 8s for sure. The better of the two holdings. Checking back was Shorr. That allows Chris to pick up a gutter.
That's 130.
10 seconds.
Now making a little chatter is Shannon with second pair. Case closed. You know, as I hear myself say case closed, Brent, I can't help but think you would make a terrific small town bailiff. You know what I mean? Just in the tan, get up, the tie,
Yeah.
little there it is again, by the way.
Oh, I heard that.
See what I mean? That's
Yeah.
distress. You know,
Huh.
that came from deep behind the solar plexus, if I'm being honest. There's Nick Wright, by the way, the new host of No Gamble, No Future, who's inviting you to get involved in the $3 million guaranteed Survivor Madness World Championship live on Splash Sports. Entry is just $150. You can fire multiple bullets. Don't wait. Deadline is March 19th. Go to splashsports.com/Nick to reserve your spot before the contest sells out.
$3 million guaranteed. And if there's one winner, you get all $3 million.
Is there like an overlay potentially? on
I
that thing?
would imagine. I mean, $3 million's a lot. You want to head out to the border after the show and get some entries in?
We can't place our entries from within the state of Nevada?
I don't think so. I think we got to go right out to Prim. We can get some lottery tickets and enter
10 seconds.
the Splash Sports contest.
You know what's so
Just
funny?
you and I. They have a Dairy Queen there?
I recall the number of occasions on which I would propose outings and activities for Nick Schulman and I.
Yeah.
And often he would poo-poo the idea. And I was left feeling some type of way.
Right.
And here, I've the golden opportunity to not only now empathize with what Nick was going through, but also in turn poo-poo your idea.
You can re-poo-poo.
Yeah, I suppose that is what I can do. Brent, although the way in which you say it suggests duplicate defecation, which is really not what we're discussing here.
10 seconds.
Is that like the open-ender?
Yeah, that's
Your Nirvana moment?
That's a little bit like that.
Both ends. All we're missing is a bathtub.
Oh, man. Wilson with the limp from the small blind. I'd like to apologize to those who tuned in today, expecting perhaps decorum. It's not what's on tap. And I'm not even referring to the 7-deuce offsuit.
By the way,
big
what
blind
do
raise.
they? You're a man of, well, a great wealth of knowledge, and an extensive vocabulary. I mean, beyond reach.
Right.
But when the cows usually, you know, it's not that they're throwing up, but it's not regurgitation, right? What is it when
they bring it up, chew it, swallow it back?
Yeah, what is that?
I'm not sure. I'm
That's
no
what
bovine
maybe
expert.
Shorr is doing.
I don't think he has multiple stomachs that would require this sort of business, Brent. I think he's just a single stomach kind of guy. You know.
Would love to know what that term is. There's some sort of.
You know what? I suspect just
Yeah.
keep your eyes trained on the chat. It's coming your way soon.
Okay.
Meanwhile, perhaps the third scoop is
490.
coming Wilson's way. Ace-8. Uni starting to get frisky now. Jack-6 of spades, the recipient, and concession comes swift.
$490, that was your max squat back in the day?
Now.
You used that number twice. Figured there must be some significance to it.
Discount on 500.
You guys went the same size.
Brent, by the
no
way,
appreciation for my
has his
use of
face about
420.
4 inches from his laptop right now, desperately hanging on someone to help him with the term for bovine
10 seconds.
digestion.
Rumination, I believe, is what they're saying. That is not what I thought it was called, but
I don't think so.
maybe. It's incredible that now Ali is looking this up on his computer as well to get to the bottom of this. We got to crack the case.
You know, believe it or not, rumination is actually a term for it, more often referred to as chewing the cud.
Chewing the what?
C-U-D, cud.
Oh, yeah, the cud. Right. Yeah, the other. Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
just, I spelled it for you. There's no way to mess this up. Gut shot for Shorr here. Knuckles over to Wilson, bottom pair. Spells out a barrel in this limp pot pre. 90 if you do. Half pot sizing.
Now, Shorr absolutely not done with this type of holding. The gut shot, the ace high.
And that gut shot now turns into a two-way straight draw, courtesy of this 9. Not great board development for 4s.
Where's McLovin gazing off to? Is there a clock there must be? Keeping an eye on it?
Oftentimes,
No.
he's gazing out at this 10, which puts a 4-liner on the board and gives Shorr the best hand.
Time extension.
comes 240K.
I kind of feel like you're bluffing. I have a bad end to call.
Well, he's not bluffing, Mick Wilson.
I really feel like you are, I think. Such a bad end to call, though.
Wow, he does pay it off.
Nope.
Unclear what exactly it was that left Brock feeling as though Shorr was bluffing in this spot, but whatever it was, he deemed it worthy of the call. Nice pickup there for Shorr as he leaves Wilson on the short stack.
Yeah, that's the first time.
Man, it's 70 people, you only get
All
one.
afternoon.
You don't get time banks in the money. We're one off. 71 people, we would have gotten more.
Wow,
I feel like I'm struggling with this too.
that's wild. Yeah, I only got 2 left now too.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, you get more at the final if it's.
we usually get in the money and at final table, and we didn't get them in the money.
Sure we didn't get them in the money?
We got them
Awesome.
at final table only.
I'm positive. Both days we had 69 and 70, and we didn't get them in the money.
And then you need 71 to get extra. I usually don't need them that many. I thought I had way more than I used, but I used a ton on that hand. But I made the right fold at least, Mr. 7
Wow. Are you allowed to go to your phone in between hands?
Yeah, I asked first.
You are. Wow. All right. Well, I got to start doing that. What did you have?
I had Queen Jack.
Wow, what a laydown. Is that a 9 you showed up with?
I did.
Word has come down.
That's why Huni's still around all these years later, making big laydowns like that.
Yeah.
Eight's playing as a limp here. Queen Nine's already
200.
drawn interest from Chris on a prior occasion, and it's doing so once more here as he takes us to 200.
Right around 40 bigs for Wilson. This is hard as the shortest stack to just play call out of position. I wouldn't be surprised if he went for all of it. He does, however, just call.
I would be surprised if he went for all of it there, Brent. I feel like Brock's really chosen the more cautious path.
Check.
And despite this board texture being very disastrous for him, he's still got the best hand here.
That is 160.
Huni able to barrel and take it with nothing more than a Broadway gutter and queen high.
10 seconds.
The jockeying continues.
Yeah, I made sure to ask just in case. I didn't want to get in trouble.
What's weird, they usually, like, they used to let us have our phones, but they stopped it because they didn't want people going to look at what people had. So, like, if they, I don't see the difference. If now we just have to walk further to,
Yeah.
That's why there's,
I think they just don't want people like having them on, like looking on the stream.
well, I mean, in essence, you can do the same thing. You just got to walk further,
Yeah, but at least it's off like the video. You know what I'm saying?
I guess.
I think
yeah.
the optics of just having everyone, because now these days everyone's on their damn phones. You know. So.
Right.
Huni has nailed it.
Yeah, they don't want people.
Well, also, I mean, protecting game integrity by removing electronic devices from the rail. Never a bad idea in today's whack-a-mole
210.
landscape, where operators are trying to stay a step ahead of the bad actors. No acting here. Genuine article for Huni, the ace-king of diamonds.
And I'll tell you what, that's why we need a sponsorship deal with Apple, the exclusive provider of the PGT, and then everybody can have their iPhone at the table. You know, that's a price I'm willing to settle for.
You know, I don't know how long you can hold your breath, but I wouldn't hold it in anticipation of the Apple deal. Now, but I'd love for you to prove me wrong.
It's like an 8-figure deal.
Yeah.
It's just, you know,
Yeah. Squawk
they've
on
got
the
a lot of
street.
money, I believe. I could be wrong.
Yeah. Got a lot of hand, does Shannon here, and he's got more of it courtesy of this 6. Flush draw and a gut shot now. Chunky equity, still a 3-2 dog with 1 to come. Ace king. Still in front.
Check. Got it. 240.
$240K,
Call. 240.
says Shannon. Ace king played in this fashion precisely to be able to make the call here, but not able to hang on as the gutter shows up.
Whoa.
And this is going to be heavily disguised.
Check.
See how greedy Shorr chooses to get with 960 in the middle.
This will be challenging
550.
for Huni. And look at the perfect sizing, 550. Just north of half pot. And it's polarizing, Ali. You're thinking, Shorr never would bet this with a 7, probably a 6, and 8 would be thin. We beat the missed clubs. We beat all the bluffs, and another great fold from Big Huni. Really was, with just ace high.
This one a little easier perhaps than those before it, but nevertheless just making sound decisions.
Brock's turn.
By the way, do you have Tim Cook's
Two hands.
contact info? I know you are very well networked.
I don't.
I was going to reach out about that Apple deal.
Yeah, here's the thing. If I did, not only would I not give it to you, but if somehow
Just
you were
from one
to finagle
CEO to another.
Right.
Maybe
Yeah.
Tim Cook.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are just, over there in
So much in common.
Davos, just mucking it up.
Just revolutionizing one
Yeah.
industry after another.
Yeah. Yeah. You've definitely turned it upside down, if you mean in terms of a revolution. Shorr appears to have gone on the hunt for some protein there. Little macro bar.
Remastication, I believe, was
No.
the term that.
Rumination or chewing the cud. And you know what? That we had already put to bed. And so
Well, I
waking it up
masticate
is
daily.
just kind of like, thank you for that, Brent. Really not your finest work, but work nevertheless.
130.
King 5 suited for sure, putting him to work. 135,000 to go. Doing better than this King Deuce off, but one of those hands that has the properties.
Yeah, the old big little. This time mixes and just call.
Interesting. Both players with top pair here. No diamond on board. Plenty of chops available. You can see it happens the vast majority of the time.
That is 90. That cost 90.
Call of 90K. Once more, Chris knuckling here.
No chop. Shorr now making kings ups.
Wild.
And as played, this is just sort of I don't dare say guaranteed payoff for Shannon. Can he go for value on the river with a re-raise? This is sizable by Big Huni. Shannon a little concerned maybe with the backdoor clubs that have come home.
With the check back from Shorr on the turn, you certainly understand why it is that Chris is doing his own bidding for 340. And with some dampness on the end there, you can also understand why kings and fives are happy to just flat. No clubs in hand.
Yeah.
Nothing interfering with the straights that for some reason might be lurking. So just happy to click call and take it down. Well, while the pros are battling here in Las Vegas, you too can battle online. The PokerGO Cup is happening right now on Global Poker through March 15th. Win a turbo and qualify for the Tournament of Champions. Don't miss it. Play the PokerGO Cup online at globalpoker.com and bring the cup home.
They would just do that for the whole room now every time we play.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just clicking buttons and winning the cup.
Tell you what else is awesome, seeing my name at the top of the leaderboard for the first time today.
You heard it from Shannon Shorr. Finally, the chip leader.
Value betting yourself is literally one of the most tilting things.
That's a good value bet.
Yeah, I got a bet there for sure.
Especially when your opponent isn't going to come in with a raise with 2 pair.
No, I'm playing it safe over here, boys.
I wish I was playing it safer.
Pocket fours here. Safe limp from the small. Queen jack suited, a pretty one.
$280.
Three bet to 280 out of Shorr now.
All in.
Oh, and Huni rips in the 2-4s here. This is a high variance approach.
Yeah, these baby pairs just do not perform well. And you can pick up the pot right here, right now. You take it. Frustrating fold, queen jack suited.
Put in a hell of a performance right there. Well, among all the things that Chris Big Hunichen is into, count cryptocurrency, UFC, beer pong.
That's a 2-time beer pong champion right there, Mr. Najad.
Now, when they say champion,
Uh-huh.
I know he hosts a really extraordinary party once a year. People
4th
have
of
to
July.
buy tickets for
Yeah.
it. I mean, it's no joke insanity at his compound, right?
That's right.
So is it the annual Big Huni Beer Pong Championship that
No.
he's won a couple of times, or is there some official?
No, I think it was a tournament. Do you remember what was the Irish bar down on the Las Vegas?
Fitzgerald's? Is that what it was?
Doesn't ring a bell.
O'Shea's?
but O'Shea's. I
Yes.
think it was O'Shea's.
On the
and
strip.
they had a beer pong championship every summer. I believe that's where the Big Huni won the title, not once, but twice.
Limp pot, blind versus blind here. 7s for Wilson, 6s for Shorr. Neither party with a heart. You know, I'm gonna put a read on Big Huni here, and I would say the ability to handle your beer
Yeah.
has a lot to do with your success in beer pong. right?
Well, you know, there's a lot of hand-eye coordination there involved.
But
Flick of the
that
wrist.
is compromised as
Right.
the day draws long.
Well, some people perform better.
No. Yeah, that's true.
You know that O'Shea's, by the way, legendary location. They had real leprechauns on site.
Yeah, see, now, this is bait that you're laying out in front of me to take. And you know what? I'm not going to do it.
Come on, Ollie. It's almost St. Patrick's Day. I mean,
There's no,
real leprechauns down at O'Shea's. This is a real thing, hopping around each table.
Sure.
Going nuts, pouring little cocktails
pots of
down your
gold,
throat.
rainbows, the whole
Yeah.
nine. Trying his luck is Shorr here. Unfortunately, he's got a 2-leaf clover on his hands on this 10-10-6-7 board until the river.
Hello.
6 is full. As 2 leaves, 2 outs. And will it be too much hand for Brock Wilson to step aside from? 480 in the middle. Remember, limped pre, checked on the flop. You saw the 120 a man to bring us to this point.
10 seconds.
Just have to pay. See the bad news.
300,000.
That's gross. Did you have a heart too? No. Was that ace heart? We really say.
Shorr starting to sizzle at the right time.
Indeed.
Just about half the chips in play. And Ollie, just one last note about the leprechauns
Yes.
at O'Shea's.
Sure.
And beer pong. They are not very good at beer pong.
We're gonna end up playing this till
Those leprechauns. I think that's a tough angle. You know, you got to throw it way
I
out.
know. It was
Let
a
it fall
joke,
down.
Well, no, at a certain point,
Big
when we started the
disadvantage.
day, I was like, damn, this could take a long time.
So yeah, what, 2 hours of it?
Yeah.
I could see that.
No, but it's hard to see, believe it or not, if
funny.
you're on the other side of the
Probably shallow a
table,
little bit.
if you're up against the leprechaun.
Right. Any other hot leprechaun takes here? Is this a Lucky Charms reference, perhaps,
I
that
don't
you've left on the
recall
table?
any hot ones, but maybe.
Those are too good.
To each their own.
Is it kind of like in the hopes of eventually being the Notre Dame mascot, you try on O'Shea's, or is it like the Notre Dame mascot in his, once they're out to pasture, they end up at O'Shea's? Is it the other way around?
Got to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Tough gig to get.
Well, tough gig to kind of deal with, referring, of course, to myself here in this booth alongside you. That's also a tough one.
Well, maybe tomorrow I'll bring a leprechaun.
Yeah. You know what? You do that. And I promise you I will applaud the production of a leprechaun.
Can
here
sit
in
right
the
on
booth.
your lap.
Sure. If you produce a leprechaun, he can sit on my lap, bro.
10 seconds.
Meanwhile, looking to lap up this limp is Shorr.
280.
Finger wag with the 2 5s, 280 if you do. 6 deuce doesn't.
Hands over, bro.
Shorr now, 4 million plus in front of him, Brent. Everybody has had a tour of duty as the chip leader, and for that matter, the short stack.
Yeah, it's hard to hold on to that chip lead, clearly. Shorr can start to nickel and dime and have his way.
Coleman. Nice guy.
Certainly going to get involved with Queen 8 suited up against Brock Wilson, who is our shortest stack, hovering right around 20 bigs.
10 seconds.
All in.
Yeah, he's going to go for all of it here.
Sweat it with it. Nah. Boring.
Boring declared.
Seward was my good luck charm as soon as he left. It's always my good luck.
The first time, really, we've seen a chip leader be able to lean
At least these are
and apply
straps
max
and
pressure based on the
Yeah,
other
right.
stack depths. Wilson now under 20 bigs. The structure is starting to catch up.
10 seconds. 160.
And they're not playing an extraordinary number of hands in terms of the pace. A lot of hands have gone to the river. They've kind of taken the full allotments for action. And that has caused this one to thin
520.
out considerably. And
520.
you see the two kings looking to thin the herd here. 160 becoming 520. Ace-5 offsuit. Thinking it over on the button.
Well, there was a time and a place where this could be just max aggression. Could Shannon Shorr be looking to apply that sort of pressure with ace-5 off? Huni's so capable of being
880.
light. He is going to put in the 4-bet.
Wow. This is ill-fated. Have not seen this on the day thus far, but Shorr, with all these chips, putting them to work.
A misstep here. Jackpot for the big unit.
10 seconds.
Momentarily, he will be our new chip leader.
1.4 million.
Time extension. 1.4
Uncharted territories, the 5-bet click back. Maybe this war isn't yet over. I mean, there's no way that Shor's going to go for it, right? The 6-bet all in? This would be unheard of, unthinkable.
I mean, surely he doesn't imagine a world in which Huni's got 5-bet folds in him here, does he?
Don't know, man. You rewind the tape back to the online era. Huni was a 7-time Triple Crown champion online. The pre-flop warfare was constant. It was click, 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 a game of chicken. Shor's thinking about it. This is genuine thought. Okay, he will pass. Whoa.
Not before sending a healthy haul of tokens over to Big Huni, who suddenly emerges on the back end of it as the chip leader once again. Haymakers being thrown there.
Well, almost
Queens, eh?
a fatal one.
No, in the hand we
Shorr
played.
was able to avoid
Yeah. What'd you have?
an
Eights.
off-season
Oh,
punt.
wow. Surprised you didn't show pre. Fuck.
Yeah, I mean, played it safe. Could have started doing what Shannon just did, clicking it back. Didn't feel like, I don't know, I didn't buy it on the fob and turn, but on the river.
Sorry.
Yeah, when you were saying that was a bad river, that was painful for me to hear.
Yeah. Well, you got to fade the snap. But
Yeah, I know.
I could have ace-10 of diamond.
I honestly was like a little scared to show.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know if you jam aces, so it's like,
Yeah.
you don't jam aces. It's a little sus.
Seconds.
260.
260.
$260 declared here from the Jack-10 offsuit.
10 seconds.
Just about half the chips again now for the big unit.
North of 4 million. Shorr in second, about $1 million back, and then Wilson trailing considerably with 1.4 sub 20 bigs. Ace 8, another playable holding.
10 seconds. 160. Seconds.
760.
Time extended. 760.
$760,000. The 3-bet from the 2 jacks feels a touch too much. Yeah, we're not going to get into the mud this time around. Some claw back there.
Brock's just like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was doing all the work before, so.
I just mean like in the last 3 hands, there was a 4-bet pre or a 5-bet pre and a 3-bet pre against the 2 biggest
Like, all right.
This has been a exciting final table, I would say.
Yeah.
I've knocked everyone out.
There's been a lot happening today.
Like, I should just, you know, I've done all the work.
You ain't dead yet, buddy. We all know how this game goes.
Oh, I know. I'm not saying it. I'm just saying, like, I've knocked everyone out, so you guys should, someone should knock someone else out.
Well, don't call your own shot, Mr. Wilson. Right at 15 bigs. He feels like he deserves better.
Queen 4 is all he can muster for the time being.
Well, ace 4. That's all Wilson.
Reach up and lead.
7 deuce off.
Curtain drawn.
Not a good hand on that board.
Short order.
Not many. How many PGTs do you go in, Shannon?
6.
Really? Wow.
Yourself?
How many are you?
1, I think.
1, okay. I've won 3.
They got 1 win in like
It's fucking sick.
3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And the big ones too, like 100Ks.
Back when it was, back when they were really making and breaking millionaires.
Yeah, for real.
Now it's,
I lost to Peter's heads up in the 100K here.
oh, it's a big one. It's fun to get heads up versus a friend though.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, like I don't really know Jack that well, but everybody at the fountain was all friends. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
Ace King is pretty cool on the puck. Wilson shoots it. Jack 6 off. Not exactly candy.
You guys and Darren have been playing together forever.
Over 20 years.
Yeah.
Shannon binning it.
Shannon, you've been playing 20 years now too, right? Close to it.
Yeah, I started playing in 06, playing live in 06, playing online in like 04.
I still remember a hand like 20 years ago in F-tops. I don't remember a lot of hands, but this one was F-tops main, under the gun open. Shannon 3-bet, like mid position. You got 4-bet on the cutoff, and he used like a lot of his time bank and 5-bet jammed for a lot of chips. And the guy folded and he showed ace 9 off. That hand stuck with me forever.
That sounds like an F-tops main hand.
Yeah, it was F-tops main, yeah.
Shannon just had the ace 9 off and was debating if he wanted to go all 2006 again.
I told you.
210.
Was a glimpse of old school poker. 210 here. Raise and take. Things getting cagey.
Wilson hanging around. Is the short stack looking for a spot. Shorr and the big unit trading the chip lead back and forth for the time being.
Offsuit one gapper in the small. Wilson limping, hoping to be given an opportunity to scrap. Baby suited ace here for Huni. Getting his bearings and then deploying the full clip. And that's that. Well, if you want to level up your tournament game before the summer grind, look no further than Octopi Poker's 12-week multi-table tournament study program. Access the GTO trainer, sim library, vault, daily challenges, and weekly coaching with Matt Hunt for just $90. Don't wait. Head to octopipoker.ai/pricing to sign up and get to work. You gonna play any events this summer, Brent? You're too busy.
Man,
Yeah, I played my first.
I
hand
gotta
poker
play
when I
the
was three.
main.
Live.
Do you?
Or online?
Yeah.
Well, like with my
Okay.
I
friends.
haven't missed
Yeah.
the main since
did I.
2007.
Or it was 02.
There's a lot of
It was
people that are
02.
happy to hear
In
that.
Yes, there
02,
are.
03, like the end of the year, like beginning of the new year. That's when I first started. Then I started playing on like Paradise Poker. Do you remember that site?
Oh, yeah.
I should have never told Brock you go see. Check your hand. No, the hand.
Come on, Brock. We got to stop with the getting up to sweat the hands.
Check.
Apparently Wilson is now exercising his right to head over to where his phone's being stored to make sure that he gets the latest intel on hands that have left him curious. Meanwhile, this one getting a little interesting now, courtesy of this 5 of clubs where Huni has got himself the wheel gutter. And Shorr's made a pair of 5s. Limp pre, no action post thus far. Well, can't say that anymore, as in comes a barrel.
150.
$1.50.
Call.
Huni makes the call. Would love to see Shorr make 5s and deuces. Instead, the 9 is a swing and a miss.
Check.
Check, check.
Ace high.
You're fine.
I needed that deuce. That would have been the money card. That would have been the money card. I'd have got a nice, cool, about 1.2 out of you, probably.
Sure would have. Although I usually play 2 pair for the minimum, as you guys saw earlier.
Just passing it back and forth, Ali. You know,
Get these blinds
pass
right for
the Ducci to the left.
It is feeling a bit like we're in, I don't want to call it a stalemate, just given the round robin nature, but something's got to give, and obviously Wilson, the man with the fewest chips, is the favorite to give way, but not without a fight. This much we know. King 10 of diamonds going to put up a fight here from the small.
210.
nothing for Wilson. He drops down to 1.2 million and change.
I like to bet my body weight, 210.
Then I can't bet my body weight. Well, I could, just I can't raise to it.
Well, I guess Wilson is more than 120 pounds.
It's a good guess. I mean, not the kind that I think renders you Carney material.
Or though, wait a minute, he said he can't raise to it. So he's less than 160 pounds. Yeah, I would have definitely take the under 160.
Yeah, that's it's going to be tough to get action on the other side, I think.
Yeah. The man needs more meat and potatoes.
Okay.
I'll turn him into a husky.
Yeah. Sure, a few nights around the Hank's dinner table will skew him further along the spectrum.
Just one session on the couch, a couple hours, you know. Bag of the Lays, maybe some Ruffles on top.
Really, Lays are not fit for consumption, just for the record. I don't mean to salt out any prospective Frito-Lay sponsorships. Meanwhile, gutter and backdoor clubs here, the product of the limp from the small for Wilson. And he's asking a little question here. Politely, albeit. 100K. Into 240. Of course, we know Big Huni not going anywhere. Gutter and nines. Happy to flat. Two bumblebees buzzing into the middle. Hive grows. Second jack on the turn. Wilson's check. Now bringing forward 200 out of Huni. And that's that.
Are we meant to draw hands?
Yeah, I think they're doing it now.
No one.
Are we drawing right now?
One says, are we going to draw hands? Is that not also another phrase for let's fight?
No, throw hands is what
Yeah.
you were looking for.
Beautiful.
That would be cool if we settled this with a little boxing.
It's the frequency with which you're right in the neighborhood. You know, you're on the dartboard, but seldom is the bullseye kind of in range.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I'm
as
saying?
long as I hit the board, that's all I could
That
ever
feels-
ask.
Your aspirations, I think, are just don't hit whatever the board is mounted to. Generally.
Right. Well, I'm usually not mounted to a lot, but Wilson mount up with these 210s, and oh boy, maybe a collision.
Let's see. All going to depend on how Chris elects to proceed. He has been throwing his chips around.
450.
450.
I think now that's committing sizing for Big Uni. Let's see.
Oh boy.
Can he find
All
the
right, well, the fact that you
fold?
open
I don't think
scares me.
so.
So just, yeah. I had the same spot against Sam.
Well, as you suspected, everything floods into the middle. It comes across two actions with the 3-bet to 450 and then the jam behind it.
I might win this one.
You may. You may.
2.23
8 under 1 0.
in the middle. Pivotal moments here for Brock Wilson. Back up against the wall. Heavy favorite.
I mean, I have to do that call there, but it's so tempting.
Yeah, I mean, if I opened shoved, you would have called.
Yeah.
And now an even heavier one on a King 9-3 board. Anxiously awaiting turn and river to ward off the evil that would be an ace.
How much was it?
1.035.
Well, don't ask for the prepay, young man.
Oh yeah, don't do that. That's
That's
fatal mistake.
hazardous. Okay. Despite the presence of both a king and a queen, let alone spades on the board, the antidote not there for those 2 10s for Big Huni. And a healthy haul for Brock Wilson on the way to the break. Let's get a peek at the State of the Union. There it is. Shorr, 3-7. Huni still in second, but look at the gap. Narrowed significantly as Brock Wilson still bringing up the rear, but surging. We're going to step aside and be back in just a few moments with more of Event 6.
Want to play online poker for free? With Play Poker Go, you get the thrill of authentic poker anytime, anywhere. From quick casual games to action-packed tournaments, Play Poker Go lets you compete against real players around the globe, all for free. No bots, no gimmicks, just pure poker fun. Hone your skills and enjoy the poker experience you love. Explore Play Poker Go on web, iOS, and Android. Deal yourself in now.
Does go to a number of music festivals as well, or at least he did maybe in the pre-kid
Now
era.
that obviously is where we could potentially find these lenses
He might
more
need
at
to.
home. And you can kind of level yourself a bit when you play pots against a chip leader, Brent, because you always question whether or not they're just throwing weight around or whether or not they've got a real hand. And here he is with top 2 out flopping Brock.
Wow. This will be, what, by the looks of it, a bit of a disaster for Wilson, but it could have been significantly worse had he chosen to raise pre-flop with king-queen.
Listen, you know, Wilson's got that very relevant queen of diamonds dangling. 40K bet in front of him, 1/3 pot.
Call 40.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Queen of hearts on the turn as Wilson wrestles the lead away from Seward.
It's so under-repped is Wilson. Can flip the script on what I said a moment ago. It's very difficult now to just give Wilson a hand like king-queen. As played, blind versus blind, this was a checked pot pre.
Yeah, and then you kind of remove the ace-10s. You remove sets. Obviously, you block kings and jacks. You're kind of thinking Wilson's out here peeling with the 6 a bit. Maybe there's some diamonds.
And all that being said, you know, Wilson wondering, well, this seems like value. What is he barreling with once more? Obviously, we're ahead of king, jack, king 6. But are we also concerned about a hand like 9-10? Even ace-10 that you pointed out. I think Seward is limping all of those holdings out of the small blind.
Now the front door flush arrives as well as you see the cautious procedures once more out of Wilson. Check called with trip jacks against Big Huni. When he was out of position blind versus blind not that long ago. Different story here.
That jack of diamonds that Seward possesses can really get him in trouble. You're able to eliminate jack X of diamonds being possessed by Brock Wilson.
120.
So you know it wasn't the pair in the flush draw that he was calling with. Look at the sizing. It's awfully small from Seward. Is Wilson concerned? Is he thinking, maybe I can raise and get called by worse?
Well, the queen of diamonds holds importance not just insofar as it gives him kings and queens, but also blocks the second nut flush from being produced.
King of Hearts, also, by the way, a key card. You know that Seward can't have King X of Hearts to barrel flop and turn. You block that. I think he is considering value. Can we put in a raise here?
I think he can. I think that the suited ace X of diamonds makes noise pre-flop more often than not. Brent.
10 seconds.
And maybe the straights are supposed to be a little bit more in line once the front door flush arrives. So up we go to 500,000.
Yeah.
Awkward here.
It is
for
awkward.
Seward now.
It's very awkward. I think this key card, though, the Jack of Diamonds, can help him. Might be too much of a hand, though. I don't know if we can fold. There's the call.
And that is a nasty vista for Seward.
That's a really nasty cooler, as played. It truly is.
10 seconds.
Raise to 80.
Yeah, that's critical separation for Wilson. He now has a hair more than 50% of the chips in play.
10 seconds.
Calls 80.
Red nines. Flatting the small here in the face of Shorr's aggression. Queen Jack will be happy to close the action, and we've got a rare three-way affair. Seward sitting this one out, hoping for someone's demise.
Wow.
Middle set
Wow.
versus an open ender. Those the hands of note here. Gut shot, wrong end of it for sure. And of course the ace of spades working. Let's see how this plays out.
Again, Brock Wilson just, I would dare say under rep, just flatting 2 nines out of the small blind as being the chip leader. And this line, look at this. He's leading with a set.
It's the texture, right? There's so many different combos that can stay invested, and he wants to make sure nothing free comes off on the turn.
It's a lovely price for big unit. Okay, call. Sure, that ace of spades is a lovely card to have. He's wondering, well, even if I call and hit the...
The battle rages on here at Aria Resort and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, where we've turned up the heat on event number 6, the 10K final table. And there are the men still on the stovetop here. Our seats considerably less hot here inside the booth. Ali Nejad and Brent Hanks cool and comfortable as we lay eyes on the final throws of this event. Ken Stevens, still your overall series leader right now, but with first place points here, Brock Wilson is calling his shot potentially, and we can get to engraving that cup in his honor. But still a lot of poker to be played, but fewer big blinds.
Jose
Courtesy
Dome,
of level
a bunch of
21.
diamonds. I'll never forget
50,
it. Jose.
100, and 100.
Never forget it.
I don't remember that.
I do.
Yeah.
No matter where Brock Wilson finishes, first, second, or third, he will be atop the PokerGO Cup leaderboard thus far. But as he has stated prior to this final table beginning, if he were to bring it home and lock up a victory today, he believes it's over. The PokerGO Cup, the major, the crown, the title is his.
Cue up that Vince Carter GIF, rather, my bad. After the dunk contest, it's over, he said.
This definitely is all in our comfort zone on stack
Yes.
sizes stuff.
Yes.
It's a beautiful blind level, isn't it?
Yeah.
Blind level and effective.
Yeah. Exactly.
Ten seconds.
200.
8-9 offsuit making noise on the button. Offsuit connector for Huni.
Cross 2.
Defends for the extra 100 and finds bottom 2 pair up against a gutter. Quick check. Little stab now from Shorr. Not compulsory. Huni trying to work out the most profitable path forward for him.
800.
Decides to check raise here and now. Another $500,000. The requirements for Shorr to take a swing at a 7.
He wants to peel. If we hit it, can we get paid? Believe the answer is yes.
Full.
Time extension.
Thinks better of it, though. Huni wouldn't have minded a call. That much we know. And if you're going to make a call, a booty call, what better way to do so than with a pocket full of blue chew?
Yeah. You know, Ali, poker shouldn't be hard. But with Blue Chew, something else could be.
How long you been waiting to deliver that one? That was an original? You bring that one?
I may have had a little help on that one. Take some notes from the chat and some fans that chime in.
I got to say, the chat's been gold when it comes to their versions of the Blue Chew promos.
So much pun intended when you say gold there. Oh. Blue Chew, gold.
Oh, right.
All in. Here we go.
Wilson's King Jack of Diamonds being rinsed here. Is it durable enough? He doesn't have the vibe of a guy who's for sure done with it.
This hand is just so good. Started with less than 20 bigs. It might be a little too good to fold. King Jack suited, but he's out.
Boy, and the abuse available to these bigger stacks upon Brock on display there.
So you say no phones, Shannon, right? We don't go back and forth.
I feel like there was a discussion about this when somebody was doing it last year, and I thought the consensus was we shouldn't do it.
Okay. I thought the same thing, but if I wasn't
Yeah,
sure
I
if it was
asked and they
just,
said you could. But I mean, I think going
but,
back like
you
over
could
and
just
over is
say
kind
that
of
we
upset.
should.
Yeah.
Okay, sure, fair. I mean,
But
yeah, fine. I won't do it.
Yeah, I don't know the official rule. I remember talking amongst a group of us.
I understand, like,
Yeah.
yeah,
200.
it's better if no one does it. So, sorry.
Would appear that players have come to an agreement now to no longer hunt intel on the stream in between hands, and I think I prefer it. And by the way,
700.
fair play to them for just all coming up with, you know, if we're all going to look okay, if we're
Handshake
not,
sort
we
of
just
deal.
don't-
Yeah. You know, though, there will always be that one or two that just say, no, I'm out on the ethical train. I'm going to go over and check my phone every 10 minutes.
Yeah. But by the way, you know, fluid are the regulations here as we see Shorr's King Jack performing better than Brock's there. His stack deep enough to 3-bet Huni and take it. But, you know, Paul
We could say
Campbell,
the same of you.
True.
if the players get together and are kind of asking with a majority consensus for some sort of alteration,
It would suck to serve a
amendment
murder sentence, wouldn't it?
to the rules,
God, that would suck.
tends
Not
to be
as much as it would suck to be the one murdered.
pretty
That's
amenable.
true.
I don't know. That's debatable.
Yeah, I mean, you would probably do better in jail than me. I don't know if I'm able to. I'd make it.
Shorr opens. Superior queen for Huni. ticket punched for the extra 100. And it's top two versus top pair.
Okay.
Big trouble on the horizon for Shannon Shorr.
And these are the two big stacks colliding.
That is 150.
Do we have a powder keg on our hands?
Calls 150.
So far, things have the lid kept on, and now perhaps an action dampening ace of spades on the turn.
Yeah, that really should slow down Shorr.
Around.
That's precisely what it does. Now he's made a 7 on the end.
Oh, dear. Oh, my. And this is unavoidable now. If Huni leads with queens and tens, I don't think that Shannon Shorr can fold queens and sevens.
How
He may
greedy.
even consider raising on the river, Ollie. We've seen this sort of scenario, but this looks sizable from Huni.
That is 475.
Sizable enough that I suspect, especially ICM considerations, Wilson $1.5 million out there. Shorr's going to be more content to click call. A lot out there. King, Jack, aces up, spades.
If I just call the king 5, I guess I'm meant to just call this one as well.
Queen 10.
That'll get it.
You had two pair again? That one makes a lot more sense, though. I mean, the king 5, it's not that crazy, really.
No, I think the king 5 is normal.
I would guess I'm meant to just call the king 5 in theory. What do you think?
So
think so.
Huni
Bigger size.
ascending to 4.4 at the expense of Shannon
You have the king
Shorr.
clubs in your hand, right?
Well, if you want to jump into free online poker, head over to PlayPokerGo. They've got ring games, tourneys, no deposits, bots, or gimmicks, just pure, authentic online poker. Coupled with special free rolls that run every hour on the half hour. What are you waiting for? Play now at PlayPokerGo.com.
1.1.
That is 1.1.
Probably shouldn't lift it the way I do, because we got money behind.
Unbelievable.
10 seconds.
The Huni show. Hey, what are we? How much you got? 44, 28, 18?
26.
Raise and take for Brock.
It's the most any players possess this tournament. No, you had over 5.
I had 5.5 for a hand until I fucking decided to make it enormous and let you just win $1 million with sevens.
What'd you have?
I had ace 4 off. I had the P too.
You see Brock Wilson's PGT
one has
ranking
P
this year,
has it.
number 6,
Oh.
over $250,000. Earned across
225.
5 caches, with that single win being event number 4 here in this PokerGo Cup.
All in.
That is all in.
1.65.
This is what I get for not just doing that myself.
1.6.
This is sort of what you
What
get,
is it?
Cody.
1.6.
You get punished. But you also have the
This
opportunity
is what
to
I
just
get for
get
not
away.
doing this myself. I'm gonna fold though.
Yeah.
Another ace on the button and I'm folding. 3 times now. 3 times. Folded a couple aces to Shannon's 3 bets.
How many lifetime tournaments do you think you've played? I've probably played a bazillion FTs. Like, you have to have played like 1,000, right?
A lot, man.
A lot of.
I mean, online days I was playing so many tournaments.
Probably seen it all.
Yeah.
Really cannot be overstated the impact that online poker had and the acceleration of experience that allowed a lot of these players that showed up short in the tooth in the live streets, making an immediate impact just with experience levels that you would never otherwise be able to put together in that span of time.
They certainly have revolutionized the skill set and really the tournament game in general. Everything is solved, or at least on its way to
by the
being
way,
readily solved.
A lot of these guys continue to stay sharp by playing online poker in between these various festivals and series that they will travel to or just kind of park here in Vegas and partake in.
Or where else can you win a couple million in a single day?
Yeah. Continuing to partake is Huni after he flatted his suited ace, looking for the backdoor club draw, and there it is. The check call of 150, now bringing another check forward. Second pair for Shorr, unblocking both flush draws.
Check around.
10 seconds.
The check back, producing that safe 6 of heart river.
Oh, and what could have been for the big unit. Instead, he's likely to look at a little thin value. Facing Shannon Shorr. How much? Maybe a world in which we just knuckle. I'd be surprised.
575.
Yeah.
575.
Never checking there. Ali always going for value.
The river's just too dry.
Yeah.
Sure, there's some 4-5 maybe with a diamond that would be in the flatting range of the big blind that would have arrived, but
I mean, there's also this, right? Like, we can get called by ace high. Shannon can have a bunch of air balls. What is it? What? Pretend he has 8-9 of hearts.
yeah,
Due to range, you stab flop, check back turn, stab river. You try and make it look like you're playing King X or Jack X in this capacity. And that's what makes this trivial for Huni.
all of the straight draws have bricked, and so the payoff with the ace high is he thought something was afoot, and instead he's been taken to value town here.
Beautiful. Captain Shorr, roll tide. Once again, the chip leader.
I'll tell you what, man, he wrestled that one back in a hurry, didn't he?
Sure did.
Nice hand.
Nice.
Swinging around the room, event number 7 is in progress. Yet another $10,000 no-limit hold'em. See El Jefe left of your screen there?
Is that Ted? No, who is that?
Well,
I
there's
see
a lot
Tony
of faces
Gregg. I thought
on
that
the
was Ted
screen.
Forrest.
Yuri Zivalevsky continues to lead the overall PGT board with Michael Burke, who took down yesterday's event. In second, Dr. Jack, by the way, honorable mentions there in third. Lucky Chewy and Andrew Moreno rounding it out.
Here, you're big blind only.
There he is.
It's 4 and 4.
MB.
Yeah.
I love this. We got dealer Clyde Gaskins
Here, 4.
mic'd up. We can hear him.
Big single blind. Yeah.
10 seconds.
Worth a try. Yeah.
Of course, Michael Burke.
I work on most rookie dealers.
Is this kind of like how Major League Baseball now has ump cam?
Yeah. We're going to do it.
10-5
Call it the
now.
Clyde Cam.
Should we maybe give him like one of those, you know, people will have that headband flashlight thing, but instead it's just a GoPro headband? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I love it.
We could do that.
I love it.
Again, they're not all, and for that matter, mostly are not good ideas, but they are ideas.
It's been a pretty,
I'm willing to
pretty fun
run with
battle.
it, Ali.
Yeah.
That's the scariest part.
Yeah, everyone's swinging.
Once upon a time, I could rest assured my ideas
One of the more.
that were largely not good would be left.
They'll keep us coming back, no matter
In
what
the
happens.
ether.
I like
for
to
real.
taste them all.
Yeah. Well, God help us.
10 seconds.
Jack 10 helping Huni to raise it to 200,000 on the button. Flip it back over to the feature. FT of event number 6 for those just joining us. 3 players already busting out. Dr. Jack Pan, Darren Elias, and Nick Seward, leaving behind these 3 to continue to ride this merry-go-round. Raise and take there.
I would imagine these guys are starting to sweat.
How do they
Being
update the
able
chip
to
so fast?
register the next event.
Magnets?
When I tell them, they're kind of updating it right now.
Really? I mean, they're
That's
quick.
amazing.
Yeah, it's really good.
How far are we from the cutoff?
Got to be close. Remember, we're on a slight delay. Yeah, if you're in contention, Wilson obviously will be the outright leader. You cannot afford to miss an event while chasing points.
No, you got that right, but obviously there's work to be done here, and you're not going to
Yeah. for
change the way you're
Christian,
approaching
yeah.
this particular FT because you want to get a result in time to register event 7.
Maybe you just all go in blind.
Yeah, I don't think that's
What's fair
in
is
the
fair.
cards. Right. Ace King 8, second pair versus a flush draw here. Limped one pre.
1300.
Huni gonna take the lead here. Perhaps less inclined to believe an ace or a king lurks, given the check back.
Calls 100.
Peeling. Right color, wrong suit. For Huni, the king's still good.
That is 375.
Second barrel deployed now from Huni. And for sure, he knows it's not 100% that Ace X hasn't limped in this pot. But he might be asking himself, would it take the lead across 2 streets post? And he decides, at least some of the time, no. Hence the call with the king 7. Now it's nothing more than 6s on the end for Huni. I don't think he imagines it actually has showdown.
I don't think so. And part of the design by betting the turn with this sort of equity was to fold out all of the 8s when called. Believe you're just giving up. You know, Ace X and what we can see, King X, unwilling to release.
Bluff for rent.
That was me.
Waving the white flag there and sending more tokens Shor's way as he's
The
reestablished
lucky
himself.
account on Full Tilt Poker. Poker Stars, I couldn't win though.
Ah. I liked Full Tilt better. Someone needs to take the software and
You were alive for Full Tilt Poker?
Yeah, right? You were born already?
I was playing a 15.
Full Tilt was great.
Yeah,
That software was amazing.
I loved it.
10 seconds.
All in.
Players all in.
Max pressure.
Well, you ace-5 suited for a second.
That would be
What was it?
all in as well. King 5 off.
King 5 off.
I looked at the 5 first, so I was less invested.
Yeah, for sure.
What was your full tilt, Huni?
I think it was just Big Huni.
Yeah, it's Big Huni.
Yeah, sounds right.
My name was Ivy and Durr.
Really?
Yeah.
That's about where I had you.
You could tell a fanboy heart.
Ivy and Durr. That was Brock the Brain's screen name on Full Tilt when he was playing at 15 years old, which I am guessing was a hair below the legal age requirements at the time. But then again, it was a lawless era.
I confess I've been in the streets clocking what Prevagen is. You saw that massive wall wipe there.
Right.
I've not been tasked with mentioning them as a sponsor. And
what'd you discover, Ali?
it's an over-the-counter dietary supplement derived from jellyfish that is alleged to help brain health.
Really?
Reducing calcium levels in the brain.
Jellyfish?
Yeah.
How do you become the lab rat to start testing out the old let's eat a jellyfish?
You know, some people don't need to be in a lab or a rat to eat jellyfish. But if you're referring to Prevagen, which is derived from jellyfish, I'm sure they would be happy to conduct experiments on you, Brent. And for that matter, I would be happy to have them do it as well. Meanwhile, happy to bet 225 with 9s.
Where do I sign up?
Is Wilson. Queen highs into the bin. You know, in college, the psych department at Cal used to offer students money to go in and partake in various different experiments.
All of it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I hopped in there a couple times.
Did you?
Know, but more because friends were doing it, and it was like, oh, all we gotta do is like sleep at the psych thing in this pitch black room for whatever. Then they're gonna test us the next day to see how it affected us.
What were they
And I'm
testing
like,
while you
know,
were sleeping?
I don't know. I don't think I slept.
Any probes involved?
Yeah, no. Brent, it's not. You're thinking of some sort of horror film, like B-rate deal. This was a, you know, on the up and up.
10 seconds.
5, 6 of hearts. Not going up. 10-7 in the big.
Raise to 300.
Raise to 300 as the limp is taxed.
Uh-oh.
And it's trip 7s against a heart draw. This one's far from over.
Well, the wise words of Kevin Hart on season 15 of High Stakes Poker, there will be blood. Yahtzee.
There's the heart. No waiting after the check call of 150. Happy to check again, and Shorr has a 10 of hearts, which could lend to him barreling again. Obviously drawing at a boat. Potentially just having far and away the best hand right now. We know that's not the case. He does not. $1 million in the middle, playing for 2.1. Wow, finds the check back, Brent. That'll keep the lid on things. Does not find the help he needed on the river, however.
I'm not certain he was checking because he was overly concerned about the flush. More about just trying in his mind to guarantee that he gets one more street. This is very cheeky. and clever. All of the above for Huni. 200,000 into $1 million. He's inducing action.
You're absolutely right about that. But when the action comes, which we presume it will, even though Shorr has demonstrated caution in 2 spots, queens and sevens most recently, kings and fives earlier at the FT. I think this time he has to go for a little something. That 10 of hearts is so important. Interfering with the flushes, interfering with the straights. He's got a 7 in hand. You do, however, have to identify the hand that calls you. Otherwise, why are you opening up the action? This is the important question. Can I get the better hand to fold? Can I get the worse hand to call?
Yeah, Shorr's hoping to target an ace, right? It looks like a bit of a blocker bet from Huni. This should just be a let's not think too long and call.
Yeah.
You got what you wanted. There it is.
He opened the door for Shannon to do just that. And I have to imagine we got to that $1 million in action on the river a lot more easily by him betting 200 and opening the door for a Shannon raise than if he would have bet the $1 million himself. I'm not suggesting Shannon would have folded. I think we can still get that kind of payday.
Yeah.
Full pot.
Well done by the big unit. That was very crafty.
And it's crafted him back to the top of the leaderboard as once more he flip-flops with Shannon Shorr. 4.2 to 2.8.5. Wilson just can't seem to get himself off of this $1 million and change. Been by and large spectating and being gobbled alive by these blinds. 250K every 3 hands. The price of poker.
Well, we are going to hear from young Mr. Wilson. Ace Jack suited.
All in.
17 bigs. Yeah, all of it. Chip up, young man.
Oh, I was already counting my riches on the ace-7-7.
No,
Oh my God.
I don't think I can jam though.
Thinking about upgrading my vehicle. My kids are getting big.
Just went that route myself. Well, upgraded my wife's vehicle since she's the one driving them around mostly.
Guys, can we just go with car over vehicle? You know, vehicle is like what the officer that stops you refers to your car. You know, step out of the vehicle, things like that really form. I'm just going to go with car.
I'm going to go with the Denali.
Is that what you're doing?
SUV for home. No, I'm just, you know. I'm
that's your read?
For big units.
Well, I don't think he's in a, you know, a Ford Fiesta or whatever.
No,
you know
what's
what I'm
wrong
saying?
with that?
Throw him in a leather trench coat, reenact that scene from Snatch.
Oh, yeah.
Tyrone.
It was a difficult angle.
8 deuce offsuit. Look at Huni putting the biscuits to work. Dominated by this king 8. Wilson deliberating. It's a good bit of hand playing 3-handed poker. He has to know that Huni's going to have some of this nonsense in him, and he finds a limp 3-bet with it.
This top shelf over and over again. These guys are good.
So Brock will not go away.
Yeah.
Will not go away.
You're right about that.
All right, guys, we got 75 on 25. 75 on 25.
Well, 5 minutes Turkish. Levels have gone up, I believe.
75.
Getting a little bit sweatier. I mean, we should finish by the limit, but I don't know if that's ever happened before where it turns.
It has.
Peters and I once had to flip all in dark.
Oh, really?
To make red.
To make it?
Yeah.
Wow, that's wild.
I think I got 4th in that one.
Wow, Shorr suggesting it has come down to Just get it all in dark as you suggested.
Yeah, I
Brent.
was keeping an eye on the clock. I think these guys are really up against it.
10 seconds.
Suited ace now.
10 seconds.
What is it, 125?
Yeah,
Played as a limp. Shorr checking back the 9-7 and making middle pair versus top pair. Again, Huni leading. Call would strike me as the only path forward.
I would think so.
Yeah.
But I like Huni's decision, you know, in these limp pots, mix in lead with check, depending on your hand. And oh boy, what a card.
Mixing in a hockey stick on the turn is the deck to put Shorr in front now. And it's a spade, giving Huni a backdoor flush draw to the nuts, and certainly cause to barrel once more.
$3.75.
What does Shorr want to do? There's $1 million out there. Can he just ever jam it home? Considering the texture, that board.
10 seconds.
Call's certainly an option. Raise very much a thought.
Time extension.
There it is.
Things now really taking shape. 400 more though. It's almost a click, Brent. It's a weird spot for Huni.
That's your tips.
And is it such that playing for 1.7 back, you see him asking for a
1.6 something back.
peak, that Huni's only thought is to flat here?
775.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is really tough for Huni. When you jam it, you just get called by better. I like
agree.
this just call.
I think he's got the sense he needs to improve potentially.
It seems to be the case.
And improve he does not. Now just a kickerless ace in a limped pot pre where he stabbed $1.25 on the flop, got called, and then got pumped up, albeit modestly, on the turn after leading for 375. Here he is checking, and let's see what Shorr dials up.
This is a grotesque spot for the big unit. You have a bluff catcher. It's top pair. I have a hard time thinking that he can get away given the plethora of combo draws that Shorr may have gotten crafty with on the turn. Setting up these river
1.5
jams.
1.5.
Rather than all of it, he says 1.5. Wow. This is really tough. There's the payoff. You can't fault him at all.
I got the fucking ace and the spades. Never fucking just. So disgusting.
He's sick.
That is a deep wound. There were a lot of semi-bluffs on the turn. You can kind of understand, especially with an ace and deuce of spades. No heart in hand, no interference with some of the straight flush draw combos. Him keeping an eye on Shorr. But now,
and all that being said, it's also sort of not a mandatory call scenario, but given how shallow these stacks truly are, you can't really fold top pair in those dynamic spots often.
listen, we see
Really gross.
players of this caliber do what we think is the undoable and do it correctly.
Spade or dirty river, that's the
or
queen river. Or 9-7.
At reasonably high frequencies.
Yeah.
And that's precisely how they manage to work themselves into these situations time and again. Wilson already winning event number 4 here, potentially going to get a shot at a second title already here in this PokerGO Cup. But Huni's shot just dimmed significantly. 10 bigs and under. That's kind of the single decision point poker for most.
Queen 8.
9.
Queen 9.
Did have a queen though. There was some
Yeah, that's a good start for you.
exciting start.
Unleash the fury now for Shannon Shorr. He's got big unit on the ropes. And Brock the Brain Wilson is handcuffed. Wilson has to fold so many hands, given how short Chris Hunichen is.
I mean, this is a great opportunity now for Shorr to really put Wilson in jail and just get after Huni. Let's see how abusive he's willing to be. 8-5 off.
They didn't get the chip count right this
I
time.
think he has enough room to raise and then fold to a
What do
unique
you have?
jam.
Wow.
There's plenty of folds here.
But
It's just
900
not,
total. Okay.
not a great hand.
It always has the big blind ante in there as well.
Does it?
Yeah.
I felt like it used not to.
Or
But yeah, maybe,
at least today it has.
maybe I'm wrong. Yeah.
Wilson goes for all of it. And a potential qualifier for the big unit with Queen 9. Him and Han. Yeah, let's play. All of it.
Didn't take long to find the spot. Wilson deciding an offsuit king is enough to take a spin, and Huni digging in with Queen 9 with not a whole lot of life left in his stack.
I'm not sure, but yeah. I don't know. There's been a lot of ups and downs.
Ace,
Not too
Queen
good.
9 bottom 2. Hello, Huni.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Hang on, don't ride the broom.
96%. Oh, what have I done?
Oh, boy.
Yeah, see, right when you thought we could accept.
What have I done?
This would be a painful one, too.
Threes and kings would be the dirty.
I think it's a 6 of hearts, though.
Okay.
Ace of spades works.
Took me a second to make sure that one didn't cause a problem, but despite counterfeiting the queens and 9s, that ace secures Huni the double.
Nothing
Staves off elimination.
Nothing changes for the chip leader, Shannon Shorr, but everything changes for this man, Brock Wilson and Chris Hunichen, as they essentially exchange stacks. Wilson now on the ropes.
The Shannon Shorr show.
For now.
Oh my.
Could head over to New York, and ride the roller coaster after this if you guys want to keep the adrenaline going. Make Brock feel like he's back in his home state.
Pretty great time to pick up King Jack suited. Such a pretty hand for your final 10 bigs.
$450 back.
Gotta get
Take
it
it
through.
down, Brock.
Man, I might have made a bad fool.
You played a lot of
Well, no roller coaster here, just a straight up opportunity at $3 million being provided by Splash Sports. It's the guarantee on the Survivor Madness World Championship. Nick Wright inviting you to plunk down $150 as many times as your little heart desires to get in the game. Deadline is March 19th. Go to splashsports.com/Nick to reserve your spot before it sells out.
Let the madness begin, Ali.
Oh,
We're
it
here.
will be madness.
Oh, yeah.
250.
Will we have a Cinderella story amongst these final three? Can Brock Wilson overcome this deficit?
10 seconds.
He's oh so close to
$2
the
million.
title. He knows if he were to win here today,
Maybe it's a good thing
he
I
may
didn't
be able to
shove.
lock up the cup.
It's a tough spot too. Maybe I'm supposed to shove this too. I'll fold.
Vic Huni with the race fold of Queen 10. The rich get richer, Shannon Shorr.
A lot of ups and downs.
Yeah, it's a weird spot here.
You gotta give the cards back.
I know. I'm just. I mean, probably supposed to shove that. Almost definitely supposed to shove that, I think.
Just about 70% of the chips for sure.
Now Shannon's getting the fun spot.
And he can continue
This is
to
where it's
unleash.
fun.
Yeah. I mean, I had this stack.
That is
Blinds
true.
were too low, though.
Yeah, they were.
Can't do it
was.
each
Yeah, it wasn't like you could just ram and jam on everybody.
Rather than just moving it all in, he's going to min-raise. This might be good enough to raise and then call. Not a qualifier for either opponent. Does Big Huni want to play defense? No.
This is really a special setup for Shannon Shorr now. North of $6 million in chips, Brent.
How much is
42,000 the
that?
ladder
That's right.
between
You got
third and
one,
second, and you
two,
better believe that the
three,
boys are going to be
50.
jockeying for that
Yeah,
over 3 buy-in
So it is right.
prize differential. Now just
Yeah, so they probably do
$100K
count
separating
the ante in for sure, because
Yeah.
they got to keep the stacks right.
Huni and Wilson.
All in.
All in declared from the ace deuce. Fruitless squeeze of the queen 6 there.
Nice hand.
It's always nice when you get this stack and you look down at the ace. You're like, all right.
Was it the first one you looked at or the second?
It was the first one.
Oh, that's such a good one.
So I'm look down at another one.
Probably wouldn't have done that then.
You guys both look at your cards one at a time,
Yeah, you don't?
as do I.
I think it's,
I don't know. No, I don't.
I think
always.
it's bad, but it's fun.
I don't always do that. That time I did randomly though.
You know, I'm not gonna do
Usually I look at them both at the same time.
it. You get emotionally tied one way or the other, I think. I do, at least.
Oh, when that second card slides in, though, the feeling's just so good.
Yeah. I have 1.15, which 9 bigs.
1.5 million.
10 seconds.
1.5.
Did it one at a time.
It's more fun when you pull it up and sweat it with us.
Yeah, except now it's like, now it's a little too like, I actually don't even know what's right, so I don't want to, I don't know what.
Oh, that's true. If you get like a
Like it's
mediocre
not
spot.
as clear, like it's not as clear
Yeah,
at
no, I
this
got you.
point where we're like,
Yeah, there's like a mediocre hand. Yeah, I got you.
like I just don't, at first instinct, I won't know what to do, so I can't really.
Yeah.
$2 million.
All of it effectively for Wilson and the big unit.
Should see a good bit of this
What a
now.
life.
Out of shore.
What a life for the young lad.
Green with envy is Huni.
How old are you?
41. I'm an old man.
40.
We're the old man, bro. We're like old enough to be your dad.
You guys are getting after it pretty young, but
Yeah, you're actually a little bit older than some of these other kids.
yeah, I'm 31.
Yeah, you're at least you're in your 30s.
Yeah, Seward.
Still have
Seward
fucking
was the 20.
full table of people in here in their 20s.
Paul, 35 years old? Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
10 seconds.
I would imagine it's difficult to become a father at age 10.
I mean,
It's hard to pay the bills.
This
Yeah,
one feels pretty good, I got to be honest.
I don't disagree with you, Brent. You know, Lord knows I would have loved a shot at it.
It's not good.
Huni
to tell
taking
right
a
away.
shot from the small. Shore's not going to give him a spin with the 8 high.
What was it?
8-6 of spades.
Flipping.
Oh, no.
Whatever. You don't even want to bust anybody right now. It's better for you not to call.
Oi.
He's like, oi.
Oi, die.
So how much do you have?
I have 500, 675. I have 800,000.
Okay, yeah. So they're counting the ante on the thing.
Yeah.
Seemed like earlier they won, but I guess I'm just retarded.
$800,000.
Yep.
800 seconds.
It's a different story when you get to lean on a man as opposed to call it off. And that King 5 offsuit, an example, 9-6. Releasing, and by the way, now this is troublesome for Wilson because Huni having jammed and taken one away from Shore creates enough of a
that might
gap
be
for
about
him to
peak,
sit back
Shannon.
and wait.
That anybody's had in the tournament.
Ooh, it sure is.
Yeah. What's up there?
$75% of the chips now for Shore. Jack 8
You just try not to
suited. He
smirk.
can do it again.
Just like so fun for me.
1.8 million.
1.8.
Oh, well, maybe the big unit. He can never call it off here. Not with Brock Wilson being so short. By the way, Ali, I meant to ask you. I've heard this on numerous occasions. Is the R word back?
What R word?
Well, I don't want to say it because if it's not back, then
It's never back. Just some people try to resurrect, maybe.
resurrect
once
was
that
not the R
stuff's
word.
done-
But anyway,
yeah. No, man, the R word's not back.
It's not
dude.
back. Okay.
No, that's not cool.
No, it's a new era. Qualifier for Wilson.
That it is. We might have ourselves a spin, depending on what the boys wake up with to the left. We know Huni would require a lot of hand to want to do his own bidding. Queen 4 suited doesn't make the cut. 7-8 of clubs here for Shore. Note that it's 500,000 of the 6.
Probably good enough to give it a spin. And most importantly, Wilson being so short.
You know, you're probably right given the big blind ante. And we already have the big in there. But I got to tell you, the value of just keeping your thumb down on these guys can't be overstated. Even if Wilson doubles, obviously, he goes to 1.2, and it's still kind of the reset button of him and Huni in the war of attrition. But 8 high ain't great. Sure, it's suited. Sure, it's connected. And sure, we're going to call. So still 100K left to play for. 1.2 in the middle.
Just gonna see 3.
I think we're good. Attempt to C5.
That's the most Shannon.
Gutter.
Yep.
No club out there.
Check, check.
Quick check, check.
Oh, and now on the turn, the 7 putting Shorr in front. Wilson, however, has the ace of diamonds work in overtime.
Look at that. He's still 40% to win.
Check, check.
A 3, an ace, a diamond, and there is the diamond. Runner, runner, flush. Wilson's going to get the W here. He's made the second nuts.
Would be incredible if Shorr somehow found a fold for 100K.
No.
He might have a think piece here thinking, all right, well, Brock's never bluffing in this spot. He would preserve the 100K in chips. At least I think. You don't see this spot very often. We're about to. Just getting 13 to 1 on your money.
Going for it?
Call.
Still.
Guess I got a show, huh?
Sure.
Wow.
Wow.
Brock realizing that he needed to get there.
River rat.
What a river.
Huni deflated, obviously.
Fuck.
It's a bigger loss for Chris than it is.
That was brutal, yeah.
These are like, every hand's like insane.
And that last 200K exchange, right, that did put Wilson out in front of Hunichen. Had that pot checked all the way down.
Well, we have been. That's
Super
the problem.
modest.
Just no
Yeah.
one
Lead,
is
but yeah.
losing when they do that.
Nobody's losing.
Oh boy. Feels like you got piles now, don't it?
Tens here for sure. Break out the mallet.
250.
250.
Comes with just the 250. An invitation potentially for Wilson, especially given that you expect a lot of opening out of that stack.
10 seconds.
This is way more hand than would be required of Shorr. Jack 8, Trey, 1 pesky over out there after the flat from Wilson. Spades working. Ace high, well behind.
Seconds.
150.
150. Gotta admire the sizing here from Shorr. Cobbling away. Gets Wilson to peel. These investments are significant, and he's found a deuce. Not really the one he had in mind.
Well, regardless, a pair is a pair, and that is a troubling duckling.
Shorr choosing to check here. Interesting.
He is fearful of Wilson having a jack, right? And
Well, I don't think he's ever fearful just given the lack of chips in front of Wilson.
yes, but you're also trying to, if there's value to be had, try and get one more street. It might not be here. Pending texture on river, maybe you can eke out a little thin value on rivers, but Wilson is going to try and buy a street for less or for cheap. Betting 200K serves is a bit of a blocker bet. I know it's crazy, but whenever you get called here, if you go unimproved on the river, you just check, get to showdown, and see the bad news. And here's another way to look at it. If Wilson checked on this turn, and the river is not a significant card for both players, Shannon Shorr, I promise you, would be betting more than 200K on the river.
And that's part of the calculus in terms of his decision. You see Shorr flatting here. Neither player improving on the end, and should Brock seek it, the option we presume will be there for him to get to showdown across these two streets for just 200, which Brent suggests is less than it would have cost him to do so had Shorr been allowed to dictate.
Yeah, now where this also gets allowed, he is going to check it. He was hoping it was good, but there was a world in which maybe, I don't think the king was favorable for Wilson, but could he turn that deuce into a bluff and get it through?
Well, he turns that 1.4 into 675. And Huni can, once again, assume second in chips. A lot of pressure on Brock Wilson to produce a hand here sooner than later.
10 seconds.
325,000 to sit out in orbit. King, queen, there will be no sitting out here.
Brock's body language when he folded there, just so he has a chance to look, a chance to show.
10 seconds.
Oh my God, how much?
675.
675.
Yeah, I don't think we can ever call.
Oh, I'm sorry.
9-4 off, doesn't qualify. You see how annoyed Huni is because he loses two bigs.
Dude,
And they go to Wilson, and now they're neck and neck again.
Can I get some?
A game of proverbial inches here.
Trade all the way down.
Shannon Shorr's just loving life. Sit and suffer, fellas.
I wish you had a hand to shove.
This is ridiculous.
This is ridiculous.
This is great.
Yeah, you're loving it for sure. Loving it for sure.
Call.
Call.
What was that?
Ace 5.
Okay, I thought
Fair
it was
fight.
ace 6. I was like, what the hell? Ay, ay, ay.
So we're on our backs with Huni's King 6, stuffing it in there. Shorr waking up with the ace in the big, and we're off to the races. The heart coverage is heartbreaking for Huni. Flush draw's no good if it gets there. Kings and sixes is what he hunts. Unavailable on the turn, but the door open to a jack now as he has 8 outs.
This might be the most painful third place I've ever had.
It ain't over yet, Huni. But now it is.
The game.
That was a brutal exit for the man who came in chip leader and was really in a spot where he should have been able to outlast Brock Wilson. That 9-4 offsuit followed by a king high. The 1-2 punch that would send him home with $94,500 and send us to a break as we re-rack for heads-up play. Stay close. The conclusion of Event 6 comes your way after this.
It is a new time. It is a new chapter. We are here live in the brand new PokerGO campus. No gamble, no future. Hanks, myself, and the face of FS1, Nick Wright, are going to bring to all of you the best poker show, combining poker, combining sports, and sports cards.
Let's get to work.
What the hell is combining all three industries to create the best poker show on planet Earth? Thank you.
Thank you. He does go to a number of music festivals as well, or at least he did maybe in the pre-kid
Now
era.
that obviously is where we could potentially find these lenses.
Oh, he might
more
need
at
to
home.
Consider a new prescription. He reads this hand incorrectly. Ace-4 suited could be trouble for Shannon Shorr.
The solvers love it, man. It's bait.
All in.
Yeah, he does declare all in, and we kind of saw it coming. The ace-10 offsuit will shrivel with more ease than Shorr will jam. So we're going to give it a brief think here, but I don't.
No, we are not considering the ace-10. I can't imagine.
Well, listen, if he thinks that Big Huni is just throwing his weight around on the button with a big stack, and he doesn't need to be concerned about a call behind him, that could potentially be some calculus, but he'll be thrilled that he bowed out of the way and didn't do anything silly.
Jose's been known to spread diamonds historically.
Diamonds were hot yesterday.
So
My
Shannon
stats
Shorr
on him have him at like 2x the average deal.
all in and at risk as his tide could turn crimson in a hurry.
7 off one time. Oh boy, there's one. Oh my God.
Oh flush draw.
Oh my God.
And suddenly he's got 12 outs and 45% equity after being dominated pre-flop. Sketchy
It'll be
spot.
825 total, Huni.
Shannon giving him the count early, and the optimism is for good reason. He finds the double. Jack of diamonds, no less. The king.
Should have checked it back. Maybe you take a stab.
I almost open mucked and then I realized, like, you know, maybe you do something weird.
You know? Shannon's come in with a wide open.
What's that?
You're coming in with a wide open. Nope.
10 seconds.
Suited Jack now in the small for Seward.
On.
Decides to jam, and Wilson wakes up with one.
Call.
Evans.
Ace 10 of clubs.
Wow, doesn't even need to look.
Didn't even look at the second card.
That was brutal. That was a brutal sweat.
Yeah.
Lack thereof.
Sorry, Nick. You deserve this one.
I'm not sure about that. I'll take it, though. What's that?
I did have 10-5 off, Nick, so if you can flop a jack on him, you got him in bad shape.
I don't know who's rooting harder for me, them or me.
I just don't want to be dead.
That's
One
fair.
heart
5 of hearts.
on the board.
I don't even.
Wow, you're not
It's
even
fine.
that greedy.
No.
Okay.
27% is a good bit of
I
life.
don't want the turn to be everyone suited. It's fine.
Pulse grows fainter on the turn, and jacks and deuces are the only escape hatches available for Seward. And it's not to be.
Game, bro.
You're getting this.
So the ace-10 holds, but Nick Seward does not.
Seward's folly. Fourth place, 70,000 for the young gun.
You know, you got a weird thing with that anime deal.
It's my favorite graphic.
Yeah. You want to take her to Shortyville?
Play Poker Go. Any device, anytime, no bots, no gimmicks. Let's do the ad again, shall we? Right here in the middle of the
No,
show.
we shalln't.
It's going to make the
did.
air.
You know.
This is how we really add another layer of depth as we see a little collision on our hands.
Flush draw versus top pair here. This was 100 to skate out of Wilson pre. Shorr's defense yields fruit.
75.
Of course, that fruit is not complete as he's on the hunt for a spade and facing follow through of 75K.
Always love watching these guys navigate. Yeah, gonna mix in, I believe, the check raise with the
275.
8 high flush draw. You see realms in which you just play call, but also need to apply the check raise depending on the sort of flush draw that you possess, the different dynamics at play. And Shorr just knows I can get a lot of folds on this type of texture. And whenever you are called, you start to now easily put together the range. Okay, well, maybe I'm up against top pair. We have outs.
That's not one of them.
It's not, although you start to wonder if you're Mr. Wilson, it was the 3X of spades a part of that check raising kit.
I mean, that story is available for telling here, for sure. At long last, the gridlock that was three-handed poker has given way to a heads-up collision. Welcome back, everyone, to continuing coverage of the 2026 PokerGO Cup, where Shannon Shorr is going to square off with Brock Wilson. Ali Nejad and Brent Hanks set to bring you the conclusion of this one. Might it be short-lived, or will Wilson make a game of it? Shorr, 19 and 21 career heads up, below 500, but he's made it to the dance 40 times. Wilson, on the other hand, 14 and 13, just a nose ahead of a 500 record. 27 visits to heads up play. 75, 125, 125, the blind level, and there are the final two payouts, the lion's share of the spoils here in event number 6, where 70 entered and 10 were paid. Those payouts brought to you by Poker News, as we are set to get it underway with Shorr on the button. Gonna limp the 6-deuce off.
Wilson has got his hands full. You can see how short he is compared to Shorr, but in heads-up poker, things can get cuckoo.
King, Queen, 10. Wilson, bottom pair, and the gut shot straight flush draw. Total airball here for sure.
Yeah, Wilson's basically flopped himself the nuts.
Against 6-deuce offsuit, most definitely. Turns the straight now. Wouldn't fault Shorr for stabbing here with 0 equity, thinking this is a good spot, but does check it back.
Well, he might actually have a bluff catcher, as crazy as it sounds. I think Wilson.
Shut.
Yeah, no, he's just got showdown value with that deuce.
You see the speed with which Wilson flung it over after the check back. He knows that 9's nutted. Interestingly, by the way, Wilson came in second in chips of the 6 that began this FT.
Yeah.
Shorr, 945K is what he came in with, which was good for 4th. So he's definitely outperformed on the afternoon. When you look at their current stack depth. Meanwhile, Wilson, 10-5 off, rips it. 8-5 off, not going to be a candidate.
Time extension.
No, I don't believe so. There it is, into the muck. Wilson can take a little breath, a little sigh of relief, get the 10-5 off through, and
How many consecutive heads-up no-limit pots is that you've won?
A lot. That's crazy. Yeah. I did have a heads-up online, though I didn't win as many, but I did win the heads-up online. So
You won, though, right?
I did. Comes all at once sometimes.
By the way, the blinds have ticked up to 75, 150 now.
yeah.
10 seconds.
That
All
does
in.
not bode well for Wilson. Shorr rips it. Queen 5 off.
He's thinking about it with Queen 5. If for whatever reason he calls, he's a huge favorite.
10 seconds.
Wow. Okay, in the muck.
Does end up binning it. The thing is, he understands at his stack depth, Shorr is going to attack with a broad array of hands, including many that are beaten by that Queen 5. But he decides to wait for a better spot. 2 bigs passed along.
Yeah, it's way too tight.
Yeah, now it's Wilson's turn. Suited connector. Have to imagine. Willing to gamble. Yep.
1050.
We're just going to see this back and forth until the collision occurs.
10 seconds. Time extension.
I think these points are pretty big for me for PokerGO Cup.
Me as well.
Did you cash any other events?
Came 6th in the one you won.
Oh yeah.
Not a memorable performance, perhaps.
Yeah. So you're a reasonable shot too.
By the way, it isn't just the vanity of the cup, but a 25K PGT passport also
Yes.
attached to the honors.
All in.
9 deuce,
Queen
not a
5 was
qualifier.
definitely too tight to fold.
Time extension.
Definitely too tight.
While the boys are battling heads up, you can battle online. The PokerGO Cup Cyber Edition is happening right now on Global Poker through March 15th. Win a turbo and qualify for the Tournament of Champions. You don't want to miss this. Play the PokerGO Cup online now at globalpoker.com.
I think we fold even with Big Blind Nanny. Reach this short. Oh,
I'm not going to take a peek at my hand.
no need.
Wasn't worth looking at. Napkins in both chairs.
You have your trophy case for all these in the office?
Running out of room.
I believe it. You've won like so many different types of events.
Wilson finds a jam. 10-3 offsuit.
Scrapping and clawing.
Yeah. Didn't see that one coming.
Oh, we know it's coming, right? I mean, they can't both get 0 hands back and forth. Eventually, there's going to be an on and a call.
Diaper on the button. We'll see 3. Queen 10-5. No pair anywhere.
Okay.
Sorry.
An eventful one there, but a meaningful one considering that Wilson just doesn't have a lot of breathing room here. Still at under 10 bigs.
Pretty crazy. We haven't gone all in and call yet.
That is somewhat of a surprise. It hasn't been for lack of all-ins. Just
$2
lack
million.
of the right combination of hands. This time Shorr electing to announce 2 million as opposed to all-in. Same effect. Shorr, by the way, envisioning a more low-key future he shared with us, centering around his family with his first child recently born. Perhaps less travel for poker. Of course, here at the studio, there's so many events that are being put together throughout the course of the calendar year. You don't really need to leave the 702 to do your thing.
No, and if you keep having kids, trust me, you're not leaving.
Call.
Here we go. Here we go.
Brock Wilson
All right,
could be
we
on
got
his
our
way
all-in
out, though.
call.
As we finally found the all-in and call, Shorr finding the eights. A big favorite here to take it down. $2.4 million chip pot. Will it be the one that decides event number 6? Only the deck knows. One overcard for Brock. And it says hi on the flop. Queens up and the lead. You see the young man nodding, not out of the woods yet.
You're dead.
You sure about that?
Jack.
Yeah, one out to
Pretty
a chop.
sure.
One out to a chop.
Yeah.
Good Jack. And a 3 for good measure.
Yeah.
Wilson, quite fortunate.
Game on. This is where things get very frustrating when you're Shannon.
Wow. We got 14 minutes plus break.
So close to winning the title, and yet you start to wonder, could it be slipping away?
Well, the only thing that seems like it could be slipping away, unless this thing gets decided sooner than later, is the opportunity to register in Event 7, which, as we know for Brock Wilson, is critical. But Shorr pointing out he finished 6th in the one that Brock won in event number 4. And if he were to get second or first place points here, which he has locked up, he needs to play event number 7 to keep his hopes alive.
Yeah, both these guys need to get this thing over in a hurry.
Two clubs, 2 kings, and a 5 here. No interactions to speak of.
150.
But Shorr does the speaking on the button. This one was limped pre. And that'll do it.
Back
talked
to
about-
work for sure, yeah.
Shorr, you know, if you have a bunch of kids, you're going to stay here. You know this. You got 3
Yeah.
boys, is it?
Yeah, 3 of them. They've got 2, by the way, the Shorrs.
Well, lucky for him, he's already traveled to 30 different countries. Over 30, he says. So perhaps he's gotten his fix.
Oh, well, yeah, if you've already done that, why do it again?
How many countries have you traveled to, Brent?
Less than 5. In fact, hold on, wait a minute. I can name them. Canada? And did the Bahamas count?
Yeah.
There you go, that's it.
You've never been to Mexico, Brent?
No, oh no, no. Cartel.
Yeah. So you've been to the Bahamas and Canada?
Yeah, they count, right?
That's it. Yeah. I mean,
I drove to both.
Yeah, I'm not sure you did. That's a.
Do not like flying.
That's a real sparse-looking passport you got there. Meanwhile, a sparse-looking deuce 3 decided to make it 500 to go. Brock limping and hanging in and finding a pair and a flush draw. Shorr has a 3 as well. Good luck trying to dismount Wilson for the time being. Yeah, there it is again. By the way, that's a that's a GI track just signaling help. Ace on the turn, no help to either hand.
Maybe it's like a nervous thing. You caught in the moment with the dirty diaper, look down at a pair, and you start to belch a little bit.
You know, I'm going to tell you a story about that.
It's like the Oreo cookie tell from Rounders.
In a second. Not quite. I don't think he's burping with bottom pair.
I don't know. Have you
I haven't
looked
clocked
closely at the spots? Maybe it's every time we have bottom pair, we let out a little gurgle.
I would encourage you when we're done here tonight, Brent, to go home and rewatch the entire stream. And you let us know if you find the correlation there. Meanwhile,
Sure.
Wilson with the better correlation. Was that who was that?
Who do you think?
That was you.
Come on, we're heads up on the river. Who do you
No,
think
that
it
was you. That one was you. Board pairing 10 on the end. You really are something. Note what this card does, by the way.
10 seconds.
What,
Improves-
chops it up?
Well, I think they were already chopping, but
Check.
let's carve it. Feels a little unfair if you're Wilson. Now you were speculating
Yeah.
that perhaps
Another thing Jose's good at is giving really low cards and heads up. Quarter?
Shannon has a tell associated, you know, with the burps there. You know, I'm not going to say this is a tell. It's not a tell, but
What a hand.
when I was
Seriously.
younger, the first time I stepped up
For me.
to play a bigger stake,
Yeah.
like a pretty big, you know, move to a higher limit game, I would always have to go to the bathroom. Like it's a known physiological
Tinkle
response to
time
kind
or,
of like it was like the nervous, you know.
Yeah. Oh, but I mean, are we going 1 or 2 here?
Well, I'm on record, by the way, as suggesting there's no such thing as a 2. It's either a 12 or a 21.
Yeah.
No one's ever just tooted without the. Anyway, ace-8 of spades here. Limping in. Wilson checking back the jack-7. Finding top pair. Really outperforming since the onset of heads-up play.
This happens. Someone's going to run good. Someone's going to run bad. It's that simple.
It would still take something extraordinary, even here with 2 million plus, for him to find his way to victory.
Well, listen, that 2 million chips, 2 million, that's 25% of the chips. He's a double up away from this thing being even. So extraordinary, not so much. Very much, it's a reality. And you start to really have those frightening visions when you're Shannon.
Yes.
When you feel it slip away.
Yes.
That's where the composure, the experience.
Oof. Well, this one has slipped completely away from him as a third jack sews it up for Wilson, all too happy to knuckle and pray that Shorr is going to take another swing. Check back is Sage from Shorr.
But keep an eye on this one too. Given the texture as played, when Wilson bets 3 jacks, I'm not certain that Shannon Shorr is going to muck ace high.
10 seconds.
All in.
Wow. Okay, maybe now we do. But then again, this is a very polarizing spot.
Yes, it is.
How much is that?
You beat all the bluffs with ace high. Brock is saying, flip a coin. I either have a jack or I have nothing. This is a ridiculously good play by Wilson. Believe it or not, overbetting in this spot. You can see Shannon really considering making a hero call. And if he does it, we're basically even.
Time extension.
He knows that Wilson is capable of jamming this for his tournament life over here. I wonder if there's any meta associated with his constant having a lead. He does pay it off. Talking about, hey, we need to make it to the next event. You know, like maybe there's just some urgency there. And ace high pays him off. We've got a brand new ball game, Brent.
Oh my goodness, my jaw's on the floor.
It was the right kind of river for the ace high to pay off.
It was.
None of the draws got there.
And Shannon knows that Wilson is so good. You give him credit for being able to bluff in that spot, hence the call. Oh, man.
Staggering. And that is such a gut punch.
This is so hard to keep the emotions, all those horrible thoughts out of your head when you're Shannon.
Yeah.
You feel snake bit.
10 seconds.
Heads up is such a momentum-ridden game.
500.
Time extension.
And now both these guys, you know, basically have 30 bigs. We're back to sit, you know, little bag of popcorn,
10 seconds.
sit back, have a cocktail, enjoy the show. We could be here a while.
Especially when you consider what we've seen on the day out of both these guys. Now, that's not to allege that they're somehow in a weird lockdown. Their chips have been in motion, but their decisions are never reckless, let's call it. However, the decision from this deck since the onset of heads-up play has been seemingly to just bestow Brock Wilson every pot. Here he is, middle pair. Checking back. Still best on this turn.
Okay.
Action on flop or turn. This dry 3 on the end certainly feels like an opportunity should Wilson seek it to ask Shorr for some of his chips. Shannon might be thinking the same that matter with this 5. As you see him announce 700, that's meaty, Brent.
Yeah,
is it meaty enough to shed an 8?
I don't think it's designed to shed an 8, believe it or not, Ali. I think he's value betting a 5. He's trying to get max value. And
well, listen, if he can dismount a better hand, he's okay with it.
Of course.
And I applaud the fact that he's come as meaty as he has, because 700 could very well be the 10 or the king.
Wow.
Job done. And this is an unfamiliar sight. Chips coming back toward Shannon Shorr.
I genuinely think that was a value bet with a 5. I do. And with the intent, to your point, where, you know, maybe some of the time we just fold out
shit.
an 8.
I think I did the math wrong there. Shoot, I thought you bet like, I did the math wrong. I thought you bet much bigger.
Uh-oh.
That's not good.
I was surprised that Brock folded that 8. I'm not going to lie. I expected it to be a call. Shrug your shoulders. Okay. Show me a better hand. He said he did the math wrong.
Bit surprising to hear him say that, by the way. Have to presume he's being honest, not trolling. 475, says Shannon. King 9 says Huckleberry. Two hearts on the queen high flop. Neither player with a heart. Gutter for Wilson. Slips it. Check call of the 300, and now perhaps a little spice on the turn. Shorr picking up gut shot equity. Haven't seen the guys kind of bring that second barrel forward when stabbing on the flop.
No.
You know what I mean? It feels like it's a one swing and done most of the time.
Well, you're about to. And this hand, I think, is a little bit of an evolution when compared to what we've seen thus far. Shannon Shorr opened this pot to 475, more than 3x with 10-7 off. Down bet flop and then sizable turn bet. There is something to this adjustment for Shorr heads up. It's almost like he's playing a little bit of long ball.
Yeah. Oh. Well, attention all studs.
Speaking of long ball,
if you want to hold them, use Blue Chew.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's off the cuff. They didn't give us any copy this time. And I feel like I've gone to the well.
They know with us in here, they don't need to provide copy because we're going to go hard.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I am not. Just let the record reflect, Brent. I am not going to go hard.
I am.
There's nothing transpiring within the confines of this booth, nor the imagery on our screen, that would yield that sort of result. I just, you know, officially want everyone to be aware of that.
Right.
Now, I can't speak to, you know, if the breeze blows in the right direction and you fire off.
Hard as gold.
Oh, man.
Thank you for that. Gold's not that hard for the
I
record.
thought you
kind of
potted.
malleable,
I don't know
right?
why
It's
I
got a
thought
little-
you potted the river when you bet 700. Whoops.
Wow, it looks like Wilson haunted.
Yeah, he's in his
by
own
that
head a little
pot,
bit.
Yeah. And it's
You want, like,
ironic
two
because
banks too, right? You're more.
2.
you would think
Three.
the man
Three,
that's
okay, yeah.
more in his
I have
head
two.
would have been short,
Two
but
for
he
a
has
while.
managed to claw his way back up and over 6 million. Can sort of put the demons at bay a little. Monotone. No, there's a spade out there. He's king 9. Board. Dusty ones. Another cheap one pre. Both well beneath this queen high board.
Maybe an uneventful one.
Wake me up when this one's done.
The event or this hand?
No, this hand.
Yeah, all right. Well, that's why I take
you know.
Blue Chew.
Yeah. It's not
Full
it's
attention.
not no dose. You know.
No, no.
I mean, I guess it is for your wiener.
Everything. Up and at 'em.
Thank you so much for that.
My attention.
Right.
Large and in charge.
Right. Yeah, can I just ask you a somewhat personal question that I assume you're going to be really excited at the prospects of answering?
Yeah.
Have you ever actually used Blue Chew?
Should we draw for hands heads up or?
No, I haven't.
Yeah, I guess
after this.
But
I
I'd
think
like
it's
to.
4 minute
If I had some gold right here, I would.
Yeah.
I'd pop it.
By the way, is it just gold that they offer, or is there a non-gold?
Well, we're promoting the gold product. I don't know if they have a
Right.
non-gold. That's a great
Is
question.
there Blue Chew Silver for the guy that's like 3/4 massive will do? I'm just, anyway.
Little half mass.
Yeah.
All in.
Well, that's full mass there.
Speak of the
Wilson.
devil.
Oh shit! I don't get that back down.
Ace high rip and take.
We've never played heads up, right?
I don't think so.
We're just saying you're my
Definitely
most.
definitely not live.
Yeah. I'm saying you're my most common opponent, so it makes sense to play you heads up.
You awake, Ali?
Is that one over?
We got a good one here.
Well,
by the looks of it.
Let's limp with the queen nine. Let's see how expensive the jacks will make it. 475 demanded. King 6 tray, the product of the call out of Wilson. No diamond in hand facing follow through on a king high board.
Yeah, prospects of just being over. I don't see very many paths for Mr. Wilson. A little too shallow, but who knows, man? This is one of the most creative kids out there on the tour. And here he comes. He is in.
Board pairing 6. Could keep that queen high curious. You know, Wilson understands that Shorr's game is balanced. It isn't just with the rich part of the deck that he's going to be shooting it up pre in the face of button limps.
Well, he's not going to be necessarily curious, I don't think, on the turn. Although, if anyone has all the 6s, it is Wilson. I'm most concerned and curious about this river card. And that's the brick of all bricks, really. 4-5 is present. However, if Shannon Shorr goes for value with these two jacks, does Wilson feel like queen 9 could just be the best hand?
Well, I think he's going to give it a solid mull because he doesn't expect Shorr to value bet ace high.
Never.
He doesn't expect him to value bet a better queen high. And in that situation, it becomes the calculus of what did you fire flop, check turn, and then come out swinging on this river with?
675.
Dry board development. 675 is going to be the question that needs to be answered.
All in.
Oh my gosh.
This is savagery.
Oh my gosh.
And this is such great attention to range. He does not assign Shorr a 6 nor the 4-5. He knows that stuff could very well belong to him. And now the jacks are blended.
Wow.
How much is that?
It's 225.
See, the thing is, Brent, Shannon knows all of that too.
He does, and he also hates to fold, but he's been wrong in some of these spots, right? The ace-8 hand calling Brock light on the river. And Brock is using all of that against Shannon Shorr.
Okay, let's unpack this one alongside Shannon. Do we remove all of the King X from Wilson's ranges played?
No.
No. You think there's still some King X that's going to stuff it here on the end?
I think it's within reason.
And that's problematic for the Jacks because
Right.
that's the the easiest hand to be produced in this situation. But
outstanding play.
The winner and Brock Wilson.
What do we do if it's not over in 16? Are we gonna like?
This is a major.
Yeah.
You guys do, it's written in the rules, you guys do get 1 extra level if this
Awesome.
goes,
Okay. Great.
too
Cool.
long. So
Yep. Sounds
if
good.
you guys don't wrap up in 16 minutes,
Yeah.
you guys only are permitted. Take cards in there, you guys are still going, you guys get to
Yes.
level 9.
Awesome.
That's hard cut off, though, obviously.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, that's a great explanation
We have
and
2 hands, so
adjustment
150.
for these two players. They have an extra added level due to it being a major here at the PGT. They will not get punished.
I'm going to put my small blind
If this
in.
match does go beyond the late registration for anybody else. I like that a lot. Paul Campbell, ladies and gentlemen.
Always doing their best to accommodate the staff here.
All in.
10 seconds.
Open rip with ace-6 from Wilson. Both players about 30 bigs.
Time extension.
And don't look, and don't blink, but Brock Wilson is now the chip leader by a hair. 4.5 to Shorr's 4.25. Neck and neck. We have got to be at the finish line. Oh, so close.
10 seconds.
You say that, but again, the prospects of this one ending in a single swoop would require something extremely violent on the part of the deck, given how they sit at basically 30 bigs apiece.
That's very true.
Wilson with the lone flush draw on the monotone ace high board. 5s still best on this turn for sure.
I see it, by the way. Comment in the chat that young Mick Wilson here looks like a young Bill Gates, age 12.
True story, Bill Gates, many moons ago, showed up at the Mirage Poker Room here.
Wow.
And parked himself in a $3, $6 limit hold'em game.
What?
Yeah.
And at that
True
time,
story.
he's a billionaire?
Yeah.
Playing 3-6 limit hold'em?
Yes, sir. This is, this
Did
is,
he
we're
lose
going
like
back
a
like
fantasy football
20 to
league bet or
30
something?
years.
What
or
happened?
whatever. No, because it doesn't matter how big he plays, Brent.
FYI, my count.
It's all the same.
And I think someone lobbed a needle over from the top section at him. And like, oh, why don't you come play 300, 600? And he was like, well, why don't we just play 30,000, 60,000 or something? You know what I mean? It's like,
Same thing.
it's
Yeah.
all the same to me.
Oh no, it's right. All right, fine.
Wow.
No longer the same. The stacks here, advantage Wilson. And the advantage in this hand belonging to him. Disproportionate run good for Wilson. There's no question about it. Not just to book himself this appointment, heads up, Brent, but also since the onset of heads-up play.
Yeah, you know, distribution seems to be in Wilson's favor, but also that bluff with Queen 9, that was remarkable. He did not have the best hand. That was, I will say, that was the best hand I think we've seen played all day long.
Sure, sure. Shorr winds up with the same queen high he always had here. And it's his turn to think about a queen high call. 750. Chunky. He does bow out without any hesitation. Pre, the 10-5 turns into middle pair, but wouldn't you know it, Wilson has outflopped with top pair. This is becoming an all too familiar sight for Shannon's taste.
That is 350.
Wilson is brimming with confidence. You know, forgive the kind of obvious byproduct of rallying from 8-1, 7.5-1 down in chips to find himself where he is right now. But you know the vibes heads up. If you've ever played this type of poker, there is so much value to just having that even perception of wind at your back that can really cause fits for the opponent.
Yeah, I thought you were getting at the sort of the slight smirk physically on Wilson's face. You know, whenever we see it from time to time.
It's all of it.
Post flop, there's a lot going on there.
10 seconds.
$275.
Interesting choice of approach here from Shorr. Check called 350 and now comes out swinging for 275. We know the story being told is I've got the 3.
Yeah, he's going to mix this, right? It's going to be the 3 with the trips. It's obviously what we can see being a 5. I think he does it with 9s, and then also the combo draws that become present.
Now on the river, Wilson improving to 9s and 7s. Granted, it's a wet card in terms of backdoor diamonds and the 4-6 showing up. Never mind the 6-8.
The onlookers there, Jeremy Becker, Joe McKeon. And there is Seward. Was that our final table earlier?
Time extension.
Now Wilson examining this river spot. We made 9s and 7s. You're a little bit worried about that 3, the backdoor diamonds, the types of hands that Shannon would have led with on the turn and checked on the river, but he says, Max value, let's go for it.
How much?
Shor's asking for a count. This is basically a request for everything. I don't know if a 5 alone is worthy of a call here.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand Shannon's mindset as far as what types of hands that Brock can be mixing in his bluffs.
He limped the button, did Brock. He bet 350 in position on the
I've
flop.
used one already, right?
Flatted that turn lead from Shorr, and now with the check in front of him is asked for the remains.
Yeah, what is there any hand here that's just air? I don't know. Maybe the ace deuce, ace 4. And you're hoping to bluff off, bluff out a 5 if you're Brock Wilson. I suppose that's kind of it. Shannon Shorr is now down to roughly 12 big blinds.
This is really demoralizing for Shannon. Earlier during this final table, you heard, "You've seen it all," declared, and I think it was in reference to Big Huni and just the sheer volume of tournaments that he's played, and anybody that's played long enough, that's played enough heads-up matches, has found themselves in this situation as well.
Yeah.
Where,
yeah,
despite your best efforts, card distribution puts you behind the 8 ball and keeps you there.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do in that spot. By the way, I believe that hand a moment ago, Shannon Shorr is now
2.5
out of time extensions. Brock Wilson has 2, but I don't think Shannon Shorr has any.
That's critical, by the way. And you heard earlier them mention that they were not replenished at the onset of making it into the money as well as at the final table, which they would have otherwise been had they had at least 71 entries. They had 70 entries, so one shy of that threshold.
Sure.
The impact potentially going to be felt here.
Yeah, he's going to have 10 seconds every street to act. If he goes beyond that, his hand is automatically dead.
I think I get fulls when we have time. Don't know.
I think Wilson's really brimming with anticipation of a victory here. Just standing up, trying to get that energy out, just trying to center himself.
Yeah.
He's
stay in
looked
the
great
moment.
out there.
Just stay in the moment. And remember, if Wilson wins, the mindset is it's over. He has won the cup. And here we go.
King 5, the one that Shorr decides to rip in. Ace Queen wakes up and is thrilled to hear it. Can Shorr step up to the Xerox machine for duplication of his 11 bigs, or will he be dispatched and denied? It's looking like the latter on a 10-10-8 board. Oh, cue the 5 of clubs, though, and put the pressure back on Wilson.
I'm not doing that.
Aces, queens, and 8s. All available to him. Could he counterfeit? Could he just flat out hit one of his hold cards? No.
Wow. Wow.
2-3-7-5. We're back.
Right back into the
I had
chip
King
lead.
5 off. He had Ace Queen. Turn a pair of 5s.
I don't think Shannon feels bad about it either. Forgive, the somewhat obvious, but justice, maybe, for
maybe a little
some
justice.
of what he's endured.
Yeah, it feels great. It was all slipping away.
Not a reasonable shot still.
Brock Wilson has had the better cards. I also think he has just played better. And some of these bigger collisions, that Queen 9 bluff was remarkable. So for Shannon, he says, the heck with all that. Let me get lucky right here, right now. Let me take this chip lead back. Now I want to seal the deal. For everyone on the outside looking in, you're hoping Wilson finishes runner-up. You got a shot to still win the cup. Where if Brock Wilson were to pick up another victory, his second of this PokerGO Cup series, it is almost game, set, match.
7.
King 6 here. Shorr perhaps finding a little momentum.
Yeah, boy, does it swing quickly. Now all of a sudden, Shorr, he's hitting his hands.
This has been a real seesaw, tug of war. Nobody managing to finish the job. Ace 9-5 board. Qinghai still best, as it always has been. And you feel it, right? I mean, just everything about the way Wilson is playing, even though he's behind in chips, it's like, I mean, I don't want to say it's the urgency associated with registering for the next event and let's pick up the pace kind of thing at all. Perhaps, though, with the absence of tie banks in Shannon's corner,
yeah,
keeping decisions on him.
That's a great point.
Could be a tactical adjustment. Because every second you take to make your own mind up is a second more that he can be deliberating at the same time.
Ace 9 for Wilson.
All in. Wow, we get 1 30-minute level, not 40. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This would be wild if this took more. I know.
You really are.
It's crazy. Ups and downs of heads up. Crazy, crazy, crazy.
Jack limps, Queen 10 checks back, both worthy of a raise. Air balls in both camps here. The Queen of Diamonds, more desirable here. Then the offsuit King and Jack. 2 quick checks, and now the King rolls off. Gutter for sure, but Wilson with kings and nines. 50. Suddenly on the turn here. You could see Shorr staying curious, and again, it isn't just the gut shot, Brent. It's that Queen 10 high that could be good.
Yeah, it just might be the best hand.
As we know, far from the case. Very bricky 8 of hearts river.
It's a big decision now for Shannon because this bet is coming from Brock Wilson. How much does Shorr want to look him up like? Wow. Overbet.
You know, this is designed precisely to stoke the curiosity within Shorr. No taker.
And now a slight chip lead again for Wilson. They are just exchanging jab after jab. The occasional haymaker.
It's a battle.
Truly is a battle.
Down to just 20 bigs ahead. Finger wag sends the 6-3 into the bin. Not a whole lot of opportunity left to try to chisel your way to a victory in this one.
It's crazy because these used to have like 100 something, a lot of them would have 100 people, and they used to be 40-minute levels throughout. So like I can't even imagine if that was this with these. Like we would play till God knows when.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Yeah. We ended really early last night. That's what it was. We came back. Yeah.
Well, fellas, maybe play past 8 p.m. tonight.
We're referring, of course, to event 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Did they pull up a little early last night?
About 9 o'clock, I think. You know, it might have been a little later, but it was an early exit. They reached that final table of 6.
Balancing those off, and then we'll get you back in here.
King 5 tray, top pair. Once again, Wilson just having the sun shine down on his end of this felt.
However, if they wrap up and choose to play, they are allowed in the tournament through level 9. Only Shannon and Brock for one single entry.
Paul advising the field in event number 7 that additional level has been made available to them, given that this is a major PGT event to register, but only
8-7-5.
still battling here, and this is an ill-timed decision here from Shorr. You got to applaud the fight that he's shown. He knows he can't just simply try to make hands over and over.
Oops.
Although it certainly feels as though Wilson has managed to ride that formula successfully. But the check raise with just a hand that's praying for some backdoor equity. Brock, of course, goes nowhere.
Well,
4 of spades for a flush draw is the best that Shorr can muster here.
he found a way out. Still going to need to get lucky. What is he contemplating? Is he? Yeah, he's going to go, it looks like very small.
This is a really interesting choice. It sets up a potential sub 0.5 SPR river jam.
Yeah, we're in very murky waters. This is not, I don't think this is a spot that's very well studied.
Yeah, the waters are somewhat uncharted.
Shannon is just playing street poker right now, and Brock says, I'll be your Huckleberry.
Yep.
I'm in.
Can Shorr find the necessary spade? No, instead it's trip kings now for Wilson, and you kind of wonder whether or not Shorr thinks the bluff is still available.
Boy, you're asking for a whole heck of a lot.
If we weren't up against the spades as played, it does feel like the king should be present.
1.8 million?
Oh my gosh.
And yet 1.8 declared.
Oh my goodness.
Call.
Oops.
That feels like it's game, set, match now. Wow. Shorr now 125K.
Fates appear to be sealed. But let us not forget that Brock Wilson came in over 7-1 chip deficit, spun it up. But the
I mean, we got one big blind. We're effectively all in right
a lot
now.
taller for Shannon, and you're right about that.
This would be the greatest comeback in the history of poker.
Small blind takes 80% of his remaining stack and plunks it on the button. Just 25K remaining. And you might as well stick it out there. And sure enough, Shorr with the Jack 7 of clubs. What did Wilson cook up?
Sounds like he's got
Is
a
he
pretty
ahead? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he's ahead.
Queen of spades. Almost a 2-1 favorite. No club on board. And presumably no further poker to be played for Shannon Shorr unless he can pull a rabbit out of a hat.
Well, more chop outs.
Kings and 4s for the carve up. Jacks and 7s for extended play. What's it gonna be? More poker or another title here in this PokerGO Cup for Brock Wilson? Oh! It's more poker!
Wow.
We're still alive.
Was there ever a doubt?
You know,
There was nothing but doubt.
it may never end.
Did I get all my money there? I was all in for.
how that works. I think
I was all in for 125. I should have gotten a big blind ante as well.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, I might. Yeah, actually, he's right. So.
I should have 450 total. 100. 100.
100 more?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. 125 double 250 plus. Yeah. Yep.
So astutely pointing out that the big blind ante was due. Shorr.
We're going to keep doing this for a little bit. All in and a call.
450. 400 of it already out there in the form of the big blind and big blind ante. And of course, the other 50 promptly finds its way into the center as well. Off to the races again. Advantage ace high against bottom pair on this flop. Sitting pretty is Shorr, and there he stays on the turn. Will the river be kind to Wilson or stay in Shorr's corner? It's the latter.
Okay, we're kind of back. kind of back.
We have 3.5 bigs. Brent.
Yeah, we're
Relax.
you know we're
Role
there.
reversal.
I know.
For
We
where?
should do the
Where
two
are we,
most
Brent?
epic comebacks.
We're
You
still
know,
seated.
Back. Yeah, 23 minutes.
If there's another one, this starts to get very, very scary.
Let me kind of metaphorically explain to you where we are. Okay. We're walking around the casino. The vacuums are on.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That portable lift is there. The guys, you know, the upholstery on the top of the
This
roof,
might be
you
pretty
know,
tight.
is
I
being
don't know.
I
cleaned.
wouldn't. Yeah, I mean,
And we're fishing
I
around
don't know either.
in the
I really don't know.
bottom of the old school slot machines to see
That's
if
a
a
hard
quarter
one.
or two have
That's
been left
a-
behind. Payphone,
Yeah,
change
just never
slots,
ahead, but
things
draw
like
for
that.
hands, all right.
That's where we are
Here we
Right.
go.
with 3.5 bigs.
Well, levels are now
One
going
hand.
up, so we
Blinds are
have
up.
fewer than 3.5 bigs.
Okay, so now we've just been asked to leave as well. We're going to get trespassed.
But we ain't leaving, Ali. We're staying.
Just letting you know.
We're hunting
Same
for
predicament.
those quarters, those quails. A walk
Go with your
for
decision.
sure.
All right, we're up.
250. That was big for him. In the free 250.
There it is officially. Level 25. Seldom reached.
Man, leave that 100 key.
I don't know if we've ever
Even the 100
played this
key with
level.
the big one, actually. But
We haven't?
Maybe we have level 25. This is nuts. Here we go.
That's the exact hand you hero folded. I had when you hero folded me.
wow.
Hope you
Yeah.
don't make trip eights again.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Nine high. Not looking good. Can he spin it again, Brent? He's got a gutter.
Yeah, he does.
Add fours to the mix of clean outs, 10 of them in total. Is there a rat in the river once more?
Okay, hold on.
Yes, indeed there is.
Hold
Wilson denied glory once more.
He has 7.
Nobody move. We ain't leaving.
See, here's the thing. We found a couple of quarters in one of those little slot payout trays or whatever, right? And then we
What a
fired it
tournament.
into the machine.
We spiked.
And now we hit something.
Yeah.
You know, lemon bar, triple bar, whatever.
We have life, Ali.
seven.
We were playing single line, by the way, too. That wasn't like a multi. But we're here now. 1.6.
Oh, my.
You see me fly, too.
I mean, put it in perspective. 6 bigs. Okay?
Yeah,
6
I
bigs.
understand.
But
Wilson,
this is the double.
Wilson
This is the
only
one.
has 28 bigs. I mean, this is... we have approached level worry, tremors, nightmares. If Shannon Shorr finds another double, I mean, Wilson might just go jump through the LED screen.
That would be spectacular, by the way.
That would go viral, yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Along with the most historic comeback that maybe we've seen. However, Wilson, top 2.
And by the way, also an invoice which could liquidate most of the earnings here today if he were to do that. So just before, you know, for those that might be so inclined. Top 2 pair. Wilson playing a little bit of rope. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Shorr is now open-ended with a flush draw.
Yeah, the diamonds, though, are
good.
Not in play. However,
I mean, he's thrilled to look up at this.
He is.
Okay, this is so much hand now for Wilson. Does he feel the need to put the 800 on request now, or does he want to try to sew it up with a flat and then river action?
I don't know. See what the young gun does decide to do. It looks like he is very content with just call and let's bluff catch.
safe river for the 10s up. Shorr knows 7 highs cooked.
Yeah, he does. Does he decide to just give up? Uh-oh. Oh, boy.
Leaves himself 50K.
On.
And, well, the man says all in.
And he can't call. He's now left with 50K. Okay. Now, all right.
That's,
I would imagine now we...
You know, this is where, like, that last quarter, we put it into the machine, and then it malfunctioned, and we didn't get our quarterback, and there's no slot attendant. We're just SOL, you know. But I guess we found a nickel somewhere on the ground in an ashtray or something.
I mean, first it was 125K, marking a comeback. Now we start at 50K. This would be unthinkable, but I'm here for it. Now I'm rooting for it, in fact. Run it up, Shannon. Okay. Here we go.
Top pair against second pair.
I wish you'd start just bluffing all in.
Can he hang on? Yes, he can. Trip aces for good measure.
Oh, man.
It's really key when you get that big blind ante without having enough chips to be entitled to the full, you know what I mean? Exactly, because that's the way it works.
You can deal them face up if you'd like.
Agreed.
Well,
Face
that's
up,
kinda
do
cool.
it.
Face up, here we go.
All right.
10 high versus king high. It's all in there. Boys authorizing face up dealing. Kind of a cool touch. Hot to the touch.
Is this 16 minutes?
So much
Is
faith in
perhaps
Jose at this point.
Brock right now.
I feel like it's never going to happen.
Steamed up over his inability to close this one out. Though he rates to finish the job here. Ace Jack 4. No immediate draw for sure. We've said that before, however. Facts remain on the turn. Oh no, muttered. Will the 6-outer come in to haul in 600 and keep us in our seats? No, not this time.
Congrats,
No
dude.
cider.
That was fun.
But it was a spade, and
Well
it
done.
is over.
Yeah.
Tremendous battle. But in the end, Brock Wilson claims his second title of this 2026 PokerGO Cup and $210,000, leaving Shannon Shorr as the runner-up for 136.5. Healthy haul of points to add to his 6th place run in that event number 4.
Couple of warriors, man. These guys had no give up in them, and now it is Brock Wilson on top of all the leaderboards. Our winner of event number 6. He might take home that final cup.
Still a few events and a few players in the hunt for it as well. We're going to have something to say about that as we give you a look at the final results here. Brought to you by Global Poker. Pan, Elias, Seward, Hunichen, Shorr, and Wilson in that order. And what a battle it proved to be. Worthy as Brock Wilson can exhale and head over to that reg desk for event number 7. Hustle up, my man.
It's like a shake weight.
430 points. It is like a shake weight. Far and away the leader right now in the quest for the Big Daddy, the overall Series Cup. Certainly been a pleasure, as always, to bring you today's coverage. More of it to come tomorrow as event number 7 is working its way down to a final table elsewhere in the room. We'll see who the final 6 are when we return to do it again, 1 o'clock Pacific mañana. On behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas, I'm my partner, Brent Hanks. This is Ali Nejad saying so long, and we'll see you tomorrow.